Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu zote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
So we shall start with an opening prayer, and I'll invite the Deputy Principal in charge of academics to open for us with a word of prayer. Madam Jane.
Let's bow our heads and pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we are grateful for giving us life today.
The county director, and then we shall go to the chief guest for the opening ceremony. So, Council Chairman.
Good morning all, and welcome to this function, very important function to us, the first international conference on research, innovations and skills exhibition. I address you as the chairman of the council, Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, and I thank our chief guest, Mr. Ephraim Munene, from the State Department for Vocational and Technical Training, members of the Polytechnic Council present, industrial shareholders and stakeholders, and participants, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to sincerely thank our chief guest for making the time and honoring our invitation. We are delighted and indeed grateful for having you, Bwana Munene, in our presence in our Polytechnic, for accepting to be chief guest at the inaugural International Conference on Research, Innovations and Skills exhibition. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all, the participants, to the Polytechnic's first International Conference on Research, Innovation and Skills exhibition. Indeed, this is a milestone for the Polytechnic in our endeavor to be a regional center of excellence in technical and vocational training, research and innovation. The conference has attracted participants from many institutions of higher learning, locally and internationally. As a premier TVET institution, the Polytechnic is championing research, science and technology and innovation as a key driver towards economic growth and development of our country, as envisaged in the Government Vision 2030. This conference is therefore providing a platform for scholars to come together and share knowledge from various establishments of the Marine Transport and Port Logistics Center of Excellence. Finally, I recognize the contribution of the Polytechnic Council and management in providing good leadership that has led to the actualization of this conference. I thank all the staff who have worked tirelessly to see the Polytechnic's first International Conference on Research, Innovation and Skills exhibition come to fruition. Going forward, we hope to have this conference become an annual event in the calendar of the Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. I thank all the participants and wish them a pleasant stay in Mombasa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our council chairman. Let me now invite our chief principal to give her speech.
Once again, let us applaud the chair of the council. Thank you so much. Amjambo. Karibuni sana Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. Our chief guest, Sir Mr. Ephraim Munene, the Assistant Director, Technical Training, representing Dr. Margaret Mwakima, PhD, DDHGH, the PS State Department for Vocational and Technical Training, Mr. Ota Osawa, representing the Director General, TVETA, our Regional Director, TVETA, our Director, Mr. Mwangi, who is here with us, also the other distinguished guests that are present. I can see we have members of our Industry Advisory Board that are present. We have the Kati Fraternity, which is also here, presented ably also by the Kati Chair, Coast Region. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Karibuni Mombasa, Karibuni Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. We are deeply honored to welcome you to Kenya Coast National Polytechnic for this particular international conference on research, innovation, and skills exhibition, which is being held today on 2nd of June 2022. The God has allowed us His graces and brought together to chart these great on the blue economy. And with your permission, sir, I want to recognize the following people. We have the management of Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. Kindly, wherever you want, stand up. The management of Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. I can see the registrar, the deputy, the heads of department, Asanteni. Let us applaud and ladies. They are the hands behind this particular successful work. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize our Industry Advisory Board, which is represented here, ably represented by the Deputy Chair, Madam Makena, and the other members of the Advisory Board. I can see them, Mr. Shiundu, I can see Mr. Wekesa, and the rest of us stand and recognize your presence. The Strip family, I don't know whether those ones have still arrived. Any member of the Strip family from our sister institution? Not yet. Our young African partners, I can see Mr. Ian Warenda here. National Polytechnic. We also have another partner from the National Institute of Transport Tanzania, that's the Deputy Rector, Dr. Zainab, representing the Rector. Karibu tena. We have a number of guests that are with us. I know keynote speakers are here, the judges are here, and as you are here in Kenya Coast and for this particular inaugural exercise, feel most welcome at KCNP, and as you contribute to the various opinions that shall shape out the decisions of this country and the world, it is our hope that at the end of the day, we shall be able to come up with the report and be utilized to be able to overcome these barriers in the area of the blue economy. Yes, sir. The Kenya Coast National Polytechnic today hosts its inaugural international conference on research, innovation, and exhibition, and the theme, Breaking the Barriers, Science, Technology, and Innovation for Sustainable Blue Economy. This is a truly unique platform for us to come together and shape the future of a sustainable blue economy. The discussions will revolve around the sustainable use of the blue resources at our disposal to achieve economic growth, to improve the economy of our great country, Kenya. The blue economy concept in Kenya and in Africa context is generally used to cover both aquatic and marine spaces, including oceans, seas, coasts, lakes, rivers, underground waters. It encompasses a range of productive sectors, including fisheries, aquaculture, tourism, transport, shipbuilding, energy, bioprospecting, and underwater mining and related activities. All these are resources that require the skills of and professionalism and ethics of our TVET graduates to harness sustainably. Our chief guest, sir, maybe just a brief on the location of Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. We would want to say that at a time like this, we cannot be more strategically positioned like now. We are here and we are in the region where just in the neighborhood of a vast ocean, and therefore I would just want to give a brief of what exactly is at our disposal in relation to the waters. The Kenyan coastline extends up to a total length of 1,420 kilometers, and of these, 650 kilometers, representing 45.7%, which is the total which is found in Lamu County, where Kenya Coast National Polytechnic has mentored the construction of 2 new technical vocational colleges, namely the Lamu East, which is at Kizingitini, and the Lamu West, which is at Mpeketoni. While it has been observed that oceans provide a substantial portion of the global population with food and livelihoods and are a means of transport for 80% of the global trade, arguably, Kenya cannot boast of such a benefit of its related resources. Further, the marine and coastal environment also constitute a key resource for the important global tourism industry, supporting all the aspects of the tourism development cycle, from infrastructure and the familiar sand and sea formula to the diverse expanding domain of the nature-based tourism. This is the key driver of the conference theme, and the theme for this event is also in line with the Science, Technology and Innovation Act of 2013, the National Research Priorities 2018 to 2022, to drive the scientific, technological, innovation activities in Kenya in relation to the economic and social policies of the government and the country's international commitments. Our chief guest, sir, in line with the Vision 2030 blueprint, Kenya Coast National Polytechnic is working hand in hand with other agencies in Kenya to achieve the national government Big 4 pillar strategy for the economy. The specific pillars are food security, universal health care, manufacturing, affordable housing, and in line with these themes of the conference, we see very close links with the theme of the conference, and that is in the areas of blue economy. Some of us might be sitting here and wondering where the blue economy is coming in relation to the 4 pillars agenda. And I would just want to say that the blue economy, particularly in the area of competence training, we come in to be able to produce skilled labor force in the marine sector. In addition, the manufacturing component that has been met through the offshore energy potential, marine transport, and also the port logistics. Our chief guest, sir, Kenya Coast National Polytechnic is in the process of positioning itself strategically as we prepare to launch an East Africa Skills for Transformation and Regional Integration project, which is dubbed ESTRIP. This particular project is a regional flagship center of excellence in marine transport and port logistics. And in view of this, Kenya Coast National Polytechnic has escalated activities around capacity building of trainers. We have our trainers that are undergoing their master's and PhD program with the colleges and universities in China. We are also developed a number of curriculums and occupational standards. Currently, we have already 7 of them that have been approved by TVETA. We have also undertaken the exchange program for both staff and students to be able to borrow and also get the best practices for the purposes of ensuring success of this particular center. Our chief guest, sir, is good to note that Kenya Coast National Polytechnic has been able to sign a number of MOUs, both locally with the institutions that are undertaking marine and also internationally with institutions in Egypt, in China, in Canada, and other areas of the world where marine transport and port logistic issues have gone a mile ahead. As a premier institution and as a national institution, Kenya Coast National Polytechnic has risen up to the challenge by hosting this conference to provide a good avenue for all our trainers, innovators, researchers to network with each other and to learn from the best practices. In addition, since we share the blue economy resource as the people of this country, the East African region and the world at large, this conference provides a good opportunity for us to discuss on common standards that we can adopt to ensure mutual working relationships and exploitation of the resource from different parts of the world. In my view, there is no better way to ensure our response to this call for breaking the blue economy barriers through science, technology, innovation for sustainable exploitation of the resource will be truly meaningful than to involve the people that we aim to serve. This has the importance that the knowledge we generate, the innovations we come up with, the technologies we develop should go towards uplifting the lifestyles of the people. Our chief guest, sir, the outcome of this conference will therefore have no meaning unless they reach to the end of the end users or be put into practical use. Otherwise, we shall have volumes and volumes of knowledge, some of on our shelves and others on the internet without any consumer. Through our community service and outreach programs, we can promote knowledge and technology transfer and thereby contributing towards the realization of sustainable development goal, that is the SDGs 2015-2030. Conferences such as these provide a valuable opportunity for research, scientists and industry specialists and decision makers to share experiences. The blue resource is the next greatest economic frontier as it holds the potential for wealth and economic growth and job creation. And at Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, we are advancing in strides to channel out the skilled labor force that is required to tap into these great opportunities under the blue economy. I am grateful to the many experts who have come to share their knowledge this week. I also welcome the many representatives of the government, industry and associations and the non-governmental organizations who have joined us, and I am sure you will have a fruitful and rewarding exchanges in the next few days. I wish you every success with this important conference, and I look forward to learning more about the outcome. Thank you very much, and may the Almighty God bless us all. Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Madam Chief Principal. Let me recognize the presence of Director General Nakosti. Indeed, without Nakosti, there's no research in Kenya. Thank you, sir, for coming, and he will be giving one of the keynote addresses as we go by. Thank you very much, sir. So now I shall invite our County Director, TVET, to give his speech from TVET Director. Karibu, Director.
Our chief guest, Mr. Ibrahim Munene, representing PS Vocational Training, Council Chairman, Professor Kajma, the Chief Principal, Council members, leaders, other principals, and other guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Mwangi Peter. I'm the Regional Director, TVET, and I'm going to lead the speech of the Director, TVET. TVET institutions have been identified as a key enabler of development as they supply the middle-level manpower that drives the economy. This role is better played where the reforms such as CBET concept implementation are accelerated. TVET being practical-oriented, and as we move toward competence-based, practical-oriented, and as we move toward competence assessment, a good mix of adequate and sophisticated equipment is required. This role will best be played if TVET embracing innovation and commercialization of applied research. The global competition dictates that quality of product and services that will be realized at a platform of quality systems. This further justifies the need of prioritizing research, innovations, and commercialization so as to build new ideas. The need to construct quality systems calls for prioritization of innovation and applied research. Innovation plays a major role at all stages of development, and therefore it will be inconceivable for economic growth to happen without it. There is no doubt that innovations have the ability to lead to high productivity as it increases on efficiency and address socioeconomic challenges that hamper productivity, such as health. Innovations also leads to high quality goods and services through introduction of new ideas, dynamic products, and change of environment. The compound effect of innovation is reduced cost of production, greater output in the economy, high productivity, and accelerated growth. TVET, as the supplier of middle-level manpower, need to take a keen interest of how to innovate and create solutions that assure the skills development is current and the future labor market is current and what future labor markets requires. The onset of the fourth industrial revolution has resulted in a complete paradigm shift with disruptive and far-reaching changes in the work field. Artificial intelligence and augmented reality, for instance, have pushed automation of industrial processes to a level never imagined to be possible. Cloud computing is defining new non-physical work schedules that demands workers possesses sophisticated digital skills to fit in. These disruptive technological innovations have not only ushered in new practices in the workplace, clearly increasing the premium for skills that are unlikely to be fully replaced by automation, but also given rise to the demand for high-level skills and in the process rendering the old ones obsolete. TVET sector need to evolve at the same pace so as to retool and impact and replace such skills as complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, and cognitive flexibility into our labor force to keep pace with the world order. TVET sector core mandate is skills development. This is a costly undertaking that requires adequate funding. As the government dig into innovative ways of financing TVET sector, there is a need to take advantage of applied research which has a bias toward commercial objectives. TVET has capacity in terms of personnel, equipment, and the space to take advantage of applied research to develop and create new products, incubate ideas from researchers, and create opportunities. Hence, staying relevant in the new job terrain will obviously not only require a high level of runnability, that is, the willingness and ability to unlearn, learn and relearn, but also increased emphasis on research, innovation, and development. This presents three critical implications for education, training, and skills institutions. First, the growing significance of learnability means of soft skills will be just as important as high-order cognitive skills. Second, innovation modes of education and training delivery have emerged, powered in part by technology. However, their efficacy is yet to be fully established. Thirdly, provide opportunities for continuous learning through short and part qualifications. This will be achieved by taking into consideration availability, willingness to learn, and finances during the content development. I am pleased to note that the conference brings together paper presentations from a wide variety of disciplines with a particular focus on the challenges faced by the society on a day-to-day basis. Both developed and developing countries are, for instance, currently grappling with new and re-emerging climate change, pollution, and economic uncertainties, especially following the COVID-19, exerting heavy pressure on already strained resources. We need to refocus and engineer our training to circular economy, green agriculture, clean energy, so as to build our economy capacity to deal with these world challenges. The conference theme, Breaking the Barriers, Science, Technology, and Innovations for Sustainable Blue Economy, particularly address technological aspects of sustainability. The blue economy has a huge potential for new jobs creation, food security, raw materials, and chemicals. It is satisfying that the Kenya National Coast Polytechnic is focusing on this unexploited gem. Further, it behoves us to appreciate that real sustainable development in these areas can only be attained through strategic networking, especially among various disciplines and stakeholders. I want to thank all the participants for attending the conference. Let us all contribute to the achievement of the objectives of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our Regional TVET Director. May I now take this opportunity to invite the Chief Principal to invite the Chief Guest to address the gathering and open the conference officially. Madam Chief Principal.
Thank you once again, Mr. Kalama, our Deputy Principal Administration, and all guests that have been able to grace this occasion this day. It is now time for us to welcome the chief guest to come and address and officially open this particular forum so that the heads and the minds can start rolling in the area of blue economy. And therefore, let us be upstanding as we welcome our chief guest. Billy, fungua, karibu Bwana Munene.
Thank you. Let's all be seated. My name, once again, is Munene Njero, Ephraim Munene Njero, Assistant Director, Technical Training, from the Directorate of Technical Education. I'm representing the PSVTT, Dr. Margaret Mwakima, and I want to go straight into reading the speech. Senior Technical Advisor, Young African Works, Ian Wered. We have the Industry Advisory Board members, Juverin Siundu, and the other members. The Director General, Nakosti, the CATI principal, representing all the principals for TVET institutions. Deputy Director, National Institute Transport from Tanzania, represented by Dr. Zainabu. All other guests, invited guests, trainers, Good morning. Good morning once again. It is a great day that we are gathered here because unless we can meet and talk, we do not generate ideas. Through the human histories, the ideas that we produce, they are actually a mosaic of patch-up of so many ideas that people come and sit and so that they produce ideas that they can work and which make the world to move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very delighted to preside over this important conference named Breaking the Barriers, Science, Technology, Innovation for Sustainable Blue Economy. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you all to Kenya, particularly to this great institution, the Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. I am happy to note that the conference brings together participants from broad fields, which include industry, academia, government, and also our development partners. Therefore, over the next 2 days, you'll have presentations and plenary debates that focuses on the main facet of the blue economy resources, science, technology, and innovations. This will culminate in learning from one another by exchanging variable viewpoints. Ladies and gentlemen, the maritime domain, which is the subject of the blue economy, comprises of a range of productive sectors such as fishery, mariculture, and many others. As you may be aware, the exclusive economic zones, all 200 nautical miles from the shores, form part of Kenya, and this is an area, when combined with the space occupied by our lakes and rivers, and up to service areas equivalent to the size of that one out of the 47 countries forming the Kenya's maritime domain. And that is why blue economy is important. It has space. And this space, apart from even the resources which are abundant in the all aspect of blue economy, this space is even, we've not even started using this space. The maritime domains connect us to the international markets, provide transport routes up to 90% of global trades, secure the energy supplies, and provide proteins to feed billions of people. It is also a depository of immense wealth in terms of energies and natural resources. The resources in the blue economies, they are great, and they are not even exploited. Those who are from the field of applied sciences, the deuterium in the oceans, the heavy water, in a place like Philippines, the one that they can mine in just 1 year, it has capacity to pay all their foreign debts in just that 1 year. And this is just one component. So the blue economy, the oceans have plenty of raw materials, the chemicals that are variable, and which, when we use them, then they don't even give us some of these problems that we have from other sources, like maybe the fossil fuels. I note with satisfaction that in our midst are key policy makers and leading experts on the topic. I am confident that new insights and knowledge of participants will be harnessed to deepen the understanding and provide basis for concerted actions by all stakeholders. To realize inclusive growth and sustainable development requires our concerted actions to overcome the various challenges. Therefore, I call upon the conference participants to help lay a path toward a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable exploitations of the blue economy. We are aware, if we don't exploit resources sustainably, what will happen? Sometimes the effects are devastating to both the human life and also the floral life. If there is a slight temperature change, shift in the globe, either upward or downward. You can imagine what happens. The iceberg melting, the flooding. So we need to exploit the blue economy, the resources there, in a way that we do not affect other areas of our life. Ladies and gentlemen, the government has formulated policies and frameworks for the development of the blue economy, which include maritime education and training. The INSTI project would help the country take advantage of the wealth and jobs in blue economy. The blue economy concept covers the oceans, seas, lakes, rivers, underground, waters, wetlands, and the use of those resources for economic development, economic growth, improved livelihood, jobs, while preserving the health of ocean ecosystem. For us, and that is where the Kenya Coast become very important, because it is one of the institutions that is implementing this concept. What a better way of exploiting these resources sustainably, other than developing skills and creating a talent pool in these areas. If we don't have that one, then we cannot even start talking about the blue economy. That is why it is important, as we come here, as we dialogue in this conference, let us think about the skills that we need to develop and also the talent pool that we need to create. The government has mainstream standard for training, certifications, and watching, and seafarers curriculum training in the TVET and vocational education and training programs. The curriculum has 3 levels: artisans, craft, diplomas, and diploma. And the reason is because our seafarers, while they are competent through experiential learning, they have raw qualifications. We need to upskill them so that they can be able to compete well in the globe. They can be able to come up with innovations. They can be able to come up with solutions so that we can be able to manage this sector well. It is also gratifying to note that for advanced courses, JKUAT, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, in collaboration with Kenya Maritime Authority, has developed a degree courses in marine engineering, exactly Bachelor of Science, Marine Engineering in Blue Economy Training, to expand and enrich the training opportunities in the countries in that area. The development of more training standards have received a boost from the Kenya Skills for Prosperity Project, a 2.5-year project funded by UK Aid through international labor organizations, under the consortiums of organizations spearheaded by Leonard Chesile, Open University of UK, and FCDO. The project has a broad goal of tackling youth employment in Kenya through strategic interventions and support to higher education and TVET education in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya Coast National Polytechnic was selected to spearhead the development of curriculum in the blue economy through a competitive process. And so far, in that initiative, occupational standard and curriculum have been developed through the guidance of Technical Vocational Education and Training Authority through the support of ILO. The OS and the curriculums include Marine Electrical and Electronic Technician Level 6, that is a diploma, Marine Communication System Technician Level 6, again a diploma, Coastal and Marine Life Conservancy Technologies Level 6, very important, Marine Safety and Health Officer Level 6, Marine Journalist Level 6. Distinguished guests, we are in an era where it is a concern of everyone about the welfare of people in any part of the globe. I have no doubt that these concerns are the foundations upon which the conference theme and and sub-themes are built. Sustainable exploitation. The fields and dimensions of growth have gotten more diverse, and their complexity and numbers have grown to the point that no single route can be considered a peanuts. For instance, when we consider the environment, particularly the climate change, whose impact are not only affecting the oceans and the blue economy, but even other areas, the consequences are so wide that they could range from a simple family feud to international confrontation. This means that we must take the best of what we have while keeping others in mind, both now and in future. This is the subject of the sustainable blue economy that we need to dialogue during this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, this conference focuses on sustainable blue economy, in which we seek deliberations on harnessing scientific research, innovations, and technology to gainfully exploit the resources at our hands. Finally, we want to look forward to build synergies and collaborations that accelerate development in the government priority areas, the Big Four agenda and sustainable development goal. It is, and this is a fact, that we need to move this way. And before I leave, I want to leave you with one quote. This is from anonymous author, and it relates to innovations. Now, if you want to, you cannot discover new oceans if you are not ready to lose sight of the shore. So, we are here. We are being asked to come up together. Let us patch up ideas together so that we can discover new ways of doing things. How can we make it work for us and also for Kenya? With those few remarks, I say that I thank you for taking time and finding opportunities to attend this conference. Thank you. Okay. Then, the most important part of this, so that we can start our deliberations. Now, it is my present duty to declare the first inaugural Kenya Coast National Polytechnic International Conference on Research, Innovation, Skill Exhibitions officially open. Thank you. Let us participate.
Thank you very much, our chief guest. Let us applaud our chief guest once more. Thank you very much. So now we shall invite the chairman of our research and innovations at the Polytechnic, Mr. Michael Njoga, who will now guide the program going forward. Mr. Michael Njoga, please come forward and guide us.
I want to Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, the Deputy Principal, Mr. Kalama Shaw F. And once again, let me take this opportunity to welcome everyone who has graced this occasion to Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. We are indeed humbled by your kind gesture to come and share with us this particular experience. It is our first ever annual international conference. We tied it up to have skills exhibition and innovations, and due to weather and everything happening, we hope we will still be able to set up and then also showcase some of the skill areas we are training here and some of the innovations that we've been able to come up with over time. Thank you very much. Now, very fast, if you look at the program, we had a slot for various representatives from different arms of government. Now, before we go deeper into deliberations, and we are very much lucky, I can say so, because we have Professor Walter Oyawa within us, and he's the pinnacle of research in this country, the National Council for Research, Science, and Technology. And if I can take you back a little, why are we here today? We are here today for a number of reasons. We tied up this particular conference to match with the current projects that are ongoing at Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. Kenya Coast National Polytechnic is implementing an economy project at a tune of nearly 1 billion shillings, and developing a maritime academy in Kwale. And within the next 1 year, thank you. And within the next 1 year, because the works have been advertised and everything is ongoing, we will have a nearly equivalent college, same size like what we have here. And we thank the donor, the government, and the World Bank for such initiative. Now, some time back in the year 2021, there were calls on mainstreaming science, technology, and innovation in the Big Four agenda and the development projects or initiatives of the government. And that particular call invited different institutions, research institutions, universities, university colleges, technical and vocational training institutions focused on research, science, technology, and innovations, as well as their regulating agencies. We were called as Kenya Coast National Polytechnic to start streamlining with the agenda of the Vision 2030 and all other government agendas. And that is why we are here. So as it is today, performance contracting, what we say the STI implementation is part of the performance contracting initiatives by the government. And after rigorous training, we also implemented our own committees and came up with structures to enable research pick up in TVET institutions. And I think even other TVET institutions represented here have similar arrangement. The structure is common, and it was actually designed by our NACOSTI agency. Thank you very much. So what am I saying? I'm saying that before we start talking about our research findings, talking about how we've been able to conduct our own researches, we will give time to Professor Walter Oyawa, the DG NACOSTI, in order to give us some few remarks and presentation to do with the implementation of STI in the government development agenda, as well as in this particular blue economy field. So in brief, to give his data, just a minute, Professor Walter O. Oyawa is currently the Director General of National Commission for Science, Technology, and Innovation, abbreviated as NACOSTI, and also the Chairman of East African Science and Technology Commission, ISTECO, under the East African Community. He's a member of several international and national government boards of institutions to corporations that include the International Science Council, ISC, the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, ICGEB Board, the Joint UK Oversight Board, and the National Research Fund, amongst others. He's a professor of civil engineering and holder of PhD in civil engineering and executive MBA, amongst others. He's a registered professional engineer and a lead expert on environmental management issues, NEMA. In addition to his current position as the Director General / CEO NACOSTI, Professor Oyawa has served in various senior leadership and management positions, including having been the first substantive principal / CEO of Multimedia University College, Kenya, Deputy Commission Secretary / CEO, Administration and Finance at the Commission of University Education, and the first acting principal of the pioneering College of Engineering and Technology, COETEC at JKUAT, the first director of SmartTech JKUAT, a research and technology center for sustainable construction materials, the chairman of management board of SmartTech JKUAT, and the chairman of Civil Construction and Environmental Engineering Department, JKUAT, amongst others. Professor is a holder of several other certificates that include Strategic Leadership Development Program, Corporate Governance for Directors, Project Management, and Financial Management. He has a vast experience in research and scholarly work, as evidenced by extensive publications and presentations in peer-reviewed journals and conferences. He has supervised a large number of PhD and master's degree students. His core area of research embraces sustainable construction materials and technologies. He has undertaken extensive resource mobilization projects and proposals, including being the pioneer team leader of the Pan-African University Initiative at JKUAT, the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science, Technology and Innovation, KAIST project. That is his biodata. With that, it is my pleasure to invite Professor Walter Oyawa to give his address on research, STI, and blue economy. Karibu, Professor.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Njoga. That was too much. I was not expecting that. You read everything. I seem to have forgotten even some. But the chief guest, ably representing the PS, Dr. Mwakima, the chief principal, I think all the chief guests, or the keynote speakers. Mine is quite a pleasure to be among us, this congregation today. When I was requested to be one of the keynote speakers, I took it upon myself to reserve this day, simply because in the meetings that we have had in the past, the TVETA's team were complaining that they have been left out of the science, technology, innovation, mainstream activities. So I say that this is a grand opportunity at least to share. NACOSTI is the regulator of science, technology, and innovation established under the STI Act. And the slight difference between the other regulators, like the Commission for University Education, who regulates higher education, TVETA, and I've seen my friend and colleague Dr. Kipkirui will be presenting here, is focused on TVET. NACOSTI regulates across the stream simply because research, science, and technology, innovation cuts across. And our mandate as given in the Act includes even advising on primary education with regard to science, even kindergarten. We have been limited in terms of human resource, that's why I have not gone to that area, but we are there. We are part of the CBC, recently appointed National Steering Committee on STEM education. So we cut across. And as Mr. Njoga is aware, we organized a multi-sector conference where I think TVET was presented last year in August, which brought in TVET, the leadership of TVET institutions, of councils and CEOs, research institutions, the universities, and it was the first time we were there for that. So by the end of this year, maybe after the elections in December, November there, I once more invite you to participate in that. But I will quickly go through the slides. I don't know if the slide, the one running the slide, you'll skip some, because I wouldn't want to take a lot of our time. So you will figure out where I am based on what I'm presenting on. Based on the letter that invited me, I think the theme as given was breaking the barriers, science, technology, innovation for sustainable blue economy. I reviewed it and gave it very similar one, harnessing STI for the blue economy. And if you move to the next slide, this is part of the information which I think you are the experts in. If you are going to establish a marine institute, then you know more than me on what is the basic simple definition of the blue economy, so I will not go into that. But just in one line, the blue economy, you, the experts, refer to it to be the sustainable utilization of oceans, seas, lakes, and rivers, including fisheries. And in this, I would also ask you, because Tom Mboya University College, which is in Homa Bay, is on the verge of being chartered as a fully fledged university. They're also trying to establish a center, a similar center, based on freshwater, aquatic. I'm not sure how you define aquatic and marine. Marine may be salty, aquatic, I'm told, encompasses everything. So you might want to collaborate as you establish your center with Tom Mboya University College, because they're trying to attract international partners on the same, so that when we talk about the vast ocean expanse that we have at the coast, you're also able to have a feel of what is in Lake Victoria, Lake Baringo, the freshwater lakes. So if we could skip a number of these, just move on. This one you can read. No, just on that one, just information which you're aware that Kenya has a vast marine coastline. When I look at the records of the last conference in 2018, which was an international conference organized at very top level of Kenya government, that Kenya has a vast marine coastline with a total territorial water area of 9,700 kilometers squared. That is quite vast. And numerous inland water resources of varying sizes covering a total of 13,600 kilometers squared. What I'm saying is that there is immense potential and benefits that could be derived from the marine resources, from the aquatic resources, which we have not utilized. And with what is happening now, when, as you're seeing, even whichever government comes in after August, this is one area which even us as Nakosti would like to place it as a priorities, marine science, marine technology, exploitation of marine, and we want to capture it in the ongoing MTP4, as you're aware. I've seen the ministry, your ministry has already captured it on marine resources, but as a key element or domain of science, technology, innovation, we would also want to capture it there. So we would want to engage in this discourse for a while. If you move, again, just move on, the role of Nakosti, the rest you can read. I just want to move to the role of, yeah, we leave it there, just hold on that one. That from our perspective as a regulator, this is more of a regulator's perspective, is that science and science, technology, innovation are key drivers of national security, public safety, economic and social development. There's a word which most recently we have picked up in countries that started this science and technology earlier, like the US, Japan, and so forth. The purpose for the establishment of their science, technology, and innovation stream or domain was, number one, for national security. And that's why you will find in the US, the STI Council is chaired by the president. And the same applies, I think, even to Japan. The same applies to South Korea. Last year, recently, in Britain, I think Boris, the Prime Minister, established a Science and Technology Council, which is chaired directly by him. Because first and foremost, it's a national security issue. You'd want to think about the COVID-19 pandemic. If somebody decided to use it to decimate us, then it becomes a national security issue. So number one is a national security issue, it's a public safety issue, and only when our people are safe do you start talking of economic and social development. So I'll leave it even for you that are involved in the marine sector, if possible, you start considering from a national security point of view. You have seen the contested area between ourselves and Somalia went up to international areas. So it's a national security issue because of the resources that are there. There are vast resources there, and you might not be able to fully harness what is in the oceans until you ensure security without that sector. You have seen in the South China Sea the same, the US and China, there's a lot of contestations on that. So national security, when you are even doing your documents of strategic plans, think of how secure is our ocean from external aggression. So we see STI as a key driver of national security, public safety, economic and social development, and something in the second portion that indeed it has played a significant role in rapid socioeconomic transformation of the countries that we aspire to be like: Japan, Korea, Singapore, most recently China, Taiwan, for example, a very tiny country, but whose GDP is very, very high. The level of prosperity, the level of the well-being of the people is high. And what did they use? Technology. Science, technology, and innovation. So where we are going forward, I think in the next discourse, and I've seen even our government now is taking up these matters very seriously. That is how the issue of STI mainstreaming came. We are working with over 400 ministries, departments, and agencies, and including the Kenya Coast National Polytechnic on that STI mainstreaming element. It has been approved to continue. I think we are meeting in Embu in May. And they found that it's a very necessary STI mainstreaming. Even the CEO of Vision 2030 really say that moving to MTP4 is going to be a strong anchor in whatever that the country is going to do, because things have turned technological. Even the mask that we have been wearing on COVID is on technology. Yes, so as what is the regulatory framework, the next of science, technology, innovation sector, it is anchored. Yeah, if you could move to the next one. Yes, the regulatory framework of you have seen I've added RSTI, Research, Science, Technology, Innovation in Kenya, is enabled by the STI Act of 2013, and it has three purposes for which it was established. One was to facilitate the promotion, coordination, and regulation of the progress of STI. Two was assigned priority development, but of interest is the third one, to entrench science, technology, and innovation into the national production system and for connected purposes. This is where TVET institutions really fall. This is where you have a competitive advantage over research institutions, over universities. An alumni or on leave of absence from JKUAT, but most of the work we do, whether at Cambridge, you'll find stops somewhere. For Wanjiku to be able to feel the impact of research, science and technology, this is for this reason why the government has given a special interest to TVET institutions. So rise up and occupy that space. You are the front line of all these things that are done at universities and wherever. So occupy that space, and I'm sure you'll never regret it. So we are part of that. Our functions are 17. I wouldn't read, go to the next one. Yeah, I just want to highlight the key ones, which is relevant to us nationally, like that number one. Develop in consultation with stakeholders the priorities in scientific, technological, and innovation activities in Kenya in relation to economic and social policy of the government and the country's international commitments. This has not been done. I think we are doing it now. It's a very important activity. If you go to our website, you'll find a draft. This document, which is going to be consulted upon intensively, is going to inform the monies that come from the exchequer to anything that deals with science, technology, and innovation. Probably even your Marine Institute and everything needs to be captured there, as not detail specific, but as a general priority, because that's what Treasury is most likely going to use, and they've requested for that document. I've been at a cost now, I think this is my second year. So this document is going to inform on the priority areas on anything that you consider to be scientific, technological, and innovation activities. So participate in that. If you go again on number 3, you can see 3, I'm skipping them also because of time. NACOSTI or the Commission is supposed to advise the national and county governments on the science, technology, and innovation policy. Again, we are weak at that because of the staffing issues, transitional issues, but we are now moving to that one. We are just from the Afri-cities to engage with the Kisumu County, and we would want to engage even with Coast here, Mombasa County, Kilifi, Kwale, and so forth, because of the resources that are available here. How can we? Ours is to put you on a place where you can be visible. Madam Chief Principal, I'm so used to the Technical University of Mombasa when it was even the Polytechnic, and maybe I thought it was this one. I lost my way when I was coming. So now the tomb is a university. You could occupy that space, assume you are the former Mombasa Polytechnic, and occupy that very big space that is now available for you to ride on. And with the focus that the government has given TVET institutions, I think you could be having the right opportunity to do so. So we also work very closely with, as you can see, with the National Innovation Agency, Kenya. With National Research Fund, actually we are members of each other's boards. We are now based in one building, past Kangemi. So we are looking for research funds, which are limited again. It is through the, we are the three key agencies in that system. We move to the next. I'll just also quickly pick on one. We have the duty, and that's why we organize the multi-sector conference. We have the duty to ensure coordination and cooperation between the various agencies involved in science, technology, and innovation. What we are known for is accrediting research institutes and approving all scientific research in Kenya. This has not been, is picking up now. And literally the law provides that if you undertake any research, and you might want to ask yourself, how do you define research? You're supposed to be licensed. And if you undertake a research and you're not licensed, I'm sure with your conference, it means you've undertaken research and you're not licensed, there's a penalty. And it's a very severe penalty. You can check in the act. So we are shouting loud that any research, can see Mr. Njoga there is smiling. It means you have done some researches which are not licensed, but the penalty is very severe. You can end up in jail, you can pay fine, or it can be both. So please, I'm not threatening you. I'm just telling you what Parliament said. Research is supposed to be, we will give you reasons there. You look at the last two, advise the government on policies on any issue relating to scientific research systems. I'm just going to shortly explain what is that research system. Promote increased awareness, information on research systems. There's that one research system where it's just to mean the typical either basic or applied research in the universities or research institutions. But the Act defines it differently, so I'll show you the next slide. But to go to the next slide, next one, yes. Just wanted to and go straight to number 14. Annually review the progress in scientific research systems and submit a report of its findings and recommendations to the Cabinet Secretary. That has not been done. Again, it's going to be the first time. And that is why the STI, the quarterly reports that we are receiving from the over 400 MDAs, we are going to have a team of the same. If it's on TVET matters, some of its resources, or whatever, just to get the information from those reports, which can inform advisories on the country. This goes out to the Cabinet Secretary. And if it goes, you can imagine it must be going somewhere also higher than the Minister for the Cabinet Secretary for Education. And again, this will inform the country. You will know, you will do weaknesses. This is where we'll say that allocation of resources will be done for this Polytechnic institution. So the funding is very limited, as you're aware. So there has to be somebody who determines priorities. So if it's on health matters, the Minister of Health will determine priorities. If it's on whichever, whether infrastructure, it's no longer the time where allocation is just going to be done across the board, but in terms of what are the national priorities that directly link up to NJICU. So we move to the next slide. The same act defines what a research system is. When you are taking many MDs on STI mainstreaming, the question that kept on coming, like research. Yes, we bet. Is betting. Then you go to the Enabling Act, you find the investigate. And you check, if you care to check the Oxford Dictionary, the basic definition of research is any form of investigation. That is already research. So the Act defines the research system as comprising research, science, technology, and innovation. And the simplest we could this is into science, because science is defined as the creation of knowledge, and then from science comes technology, the application of knowledge. Now, TVET institutions have their own market cut for themselves, and universities are very weak, research institutions are very weak, because innovation has the business component. You cannot come with this like this mouse, innovate it, and it's just in the laboratory. Yes, I've been in a university where we have made great innovations. You have heard of working tractor. But it goes to the Nairobi show, become number one, it's taken back to the laboratory, it's locked until the following year. Then they clean it a little bit, paint it, add one component, goes again to the Nairobi show, JQuad becomes number one, goes back, it's locked. You have heard of that working tractor. Because when you display an innovation outside there, like I'm sure you go to exhibitions, if somebody asks you, I want 100 of these working tractors tomorrow, can you deliver? That's the question. And can it be replicated? Because that is where now technology, the science comes in. If it's this mouse or this microphone, can it come to the same? And you have seen technologies of 3D printing have come out now very strongly. So the innovation component is what has been missing. And innovation, we are very clear that the role of TVETA. So as much as you train as a Polytechnic, very good providing power. Even universities are providing manpower. The question is, what is your role in coming up with innovations that are able to create jobs? China, what they are doing, like if Toyota is being manufactured in the Toyota city, I mean not China, Japan, then you find every household there is manufacturing a component of that Toyota. And I studied in Japan for about 4 years in my studies. So you'll find if there's something, a product, and China has adopted that. It's a Toyota city, they ensure every family, every village, you are told you'll manufacture maybe the windscreen, you'll manufacture maybe the mat, the car mat, so everybody feels, everybody gets a coin from that industry. So if it's this cost, National Polytechnic, what is it that you can do that can trickle down to every citizen of Mombasa County, Kilifi, and Kwale? So time has come where we are moving out of the, we call them ivory towers, the classrooms and so forth, until Wanjiku feels you. And we were discussing again with the National Research Fund. Their monies have been decreasing from what the government allocated from 8 billion when it started, I think, some 10 or 8 years ago. Then it came to 3 billion. Then it came to 800 million 2 years ago. Now it is 300 million. They can't even, if you apply for getting that fund, is very difficult, and unless you're a consortia. What reason? Because the Exchequer is asking, when we put 1 shilling, we give you as a researcher, or we give me as a researcher, how does Wanjiku feel that 1 shilling? Is it stopping? Because as a lecturer, as a professor, when I publish, I get promoted, I'm very happy and satisfied. My salary has increased, my stature has increased. But as Wanjiku felt that 1 coin. So this is what now we are now saying, TVETA has to be pulled in, so that, because you cannot have a jack of all trades. You do the research and you also go and market, it's impossible. We need a new caliber of people who are good speakers. And the example that I give in terms of innovation is that it's political, that science communication is highly political. And I always give the example of your governor. When the COVID-19 came and we saw you people, when you go to the ferry, you are passing through some smoky room. Seems to be a lot of smoke inside there. He was very convincing, more than a scientist to do that. I don't know how he was doing it, but it seemed very convincing. But a scientist will just put the facts out there. So we need science communication. Part has politics. How do you get your product for people to accept? Yeah. There's top professor who has come up with something on COVID-19, a drug, selling at around 7,000. And he has researched on it. He's registered it, not patented. But he's also trying to market it. Very challenging for him. Few people are buying, then very slowly it will die out. But if there's a way of somebody picking it up and signing key documents that if you sell it at 7,000, he will at least get 100 shillings only, or even 1,000, that professor will be rich with his team. That's how it's done elsewhere. You sign royalties. So what am I saying also, that you cannot do innovation without the industry. And what we have come to conclude, even that multi-sector conference, was that the industry is missing in all the things that we are doing. And the industry has no time for us. Again, it's political. They are very busy. They are making money. So they won't listen to your story. So how you convince them to start from the word go? You don't produce something and then sell to them. They will doubt you. They want a situation where when you start, they are there exactly. Whether industry or international partners and so forth. So we just wanted to inform on that. So key of our fund, the Kenya's focal point for a number of Kenya's international obligations. So when you are doing your institute, figure out how we can link you up with a number of agencies. I think that is not there. And of course, as I said, representative to ESTECO, East African Science and Technology Commission. There are a lot of things happening there. Marine is a priority there now. We are also the national focal point of the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology. This international center has just selected Egerton University through NACOSTI to be a regional research center on biotechnology. It's going to be one of the topmost regional research center on biotechnology. And I think we are in the process of signing out the tripartite agreement. We are also the focal point on nuclear matters linked with the International Atomic Energy Agency. We are also the focal point of the advanced, this one I don't know how to convey it, but the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization. If you have heard of those matters of nuclear, the Iran and the US issues, but we have a focal point there. And because of this, we have one probably the only unique machine at Karura Forest being manned by University of Nairobi on tremors. When there's a tremor, even right at the coast here, it will be felt in that station. That is our role also. We link to the International Center. We're also the focal point of Biological Weapons Convention. Very important because of the COVID. We are being offered other resources. And in this one, I think we had we requested for what we're calling desk officers for Biological Weapons Convention, those in those biological fields. A lot of things are coming. We have just been included in the global signature initiative on weapons of mass destruction, which has about 30 of those advanced countries coming together. So it's ongoing. A number of other things. And also recently, I was elected in the governing board of the International Science Council. Probably next week we'll be in France. But a lot of other interested areas for Africa. So please be willing to consult. Now, yes, on this section, slides, this is now Research Institute. And we have about over 30 now. The Cambry, the CPA, the ILRI, literally even in government, they are coming on board, the ones who are not registered. And the one which could have done interest, like if you start, for example, that means move to the next one. Licensing of research. That's why you're asking why. If you Google and you download, you can have it either from a website or from the Google. There are reasons why Wajiku, I was not there when they were making this act, but it's very clear that subject to the provisions of in Kenya without license under this act. Then it's one shall not apply for personal research within a university or an academic research institution program. So it's like institutions, there's some way, institution, but individuals. It comes in number 3 and almost cancels number 2. Any person undertaking or intending to undertake research in science and technology in the country, or who accesses, handles, transfers any material or technology, or moves it within, from or into the country shall apply to the Commission for the grant of licenses. We're having a situation where, like universities, you can't now graduate with masters without showing the NACOSTI licenses. You can't graduate with PhD without showing NACOSTI licenses. And it helps you because some journals also will not accept your very good journal paper without the license. That shows the authenticity of the work that you're doing. So what are the reasons that we do that? And you can skip the next one, skip. Yes, this is the criteria, which has not been firmly implemented now, again, because of staffing, but we are going there now to use the people. Number 1 is captured in the act, is national security. If you are going to research on something which can clear this hole, like you have seen the COVID-19 pandemic, we still do not know where it came from. Whether it came from you or me, or it was just a natural happening, is still under debate. So issues of national security. You might do a very simple research in your laboratory here. Maybe you have issues with Madam Chief Principal, and you put a bottle, I'm not telling you to do that, please. And you put a bottle somewhere, and it is that dangerous. Things have turned that dangerous. The other one, the lives of Kenyans, public safety. Okay? Then cultural IP rights, you found a number of products which went outside and were patented. We have a number of them, a few of them are in court, international court and so forth. So that's the region. Nature, climate change, environment, then research ethics, then is it of benefit to the country? If you are going to use public resources to start researching on I don't know how many planets we have now, 9 or 10. You want to research on the 12th planet. We will ask you, is that relevant to Kenya now under these current circumstances? If you're using your own money and your own time, maybe that's okay. But if you're using public resources, public facilities, then we'll ask you, is that necessary now? We had another request, like when the high authorities determined to close the Dadaab camp, a decision made at very high level of government, then somebody writes to Nakosti, approve, I want to research on whether the government made the right decision or not. How do we respond on that one? It's highly political. Yes, for us, we work under government, we are the agency of government, so if the government has used its mind to determine that Dadaab should be closed and you want to research, that fails the test of number 7. It's not beneficial to the country. The government has made it. So we cannot allow for that one. That's how things get, it's a little bit tricky, but it falls under 7. It's not beneficial to the country. So those are the reasons, and I just want to tell you, like, next slide, a very simple situation that we had in 2016, it was in the newspaper, where you can see Kenyan security agencies announced that they had successfully foiled a plan by a group of medical interns to unleash a biological terror attack using anthrax bacteria as a weapon against Kenyans. Then I think either the same time also, they had foiled a biological attack using anthrax by a group with terror links and so forth. Why are we saying that? Because the COVID is reawakening this interest. The movement, immigration of people, you are seeing a lot of immigration in Europe and so forth. There is a lot of radicalization, there are a lot of things happening, and it is making the situation more and more complicated. And these things come from research, by the way, come from research and development and so forth. So there'll be a keenness. We don't have the human capacity to undertake that, but we will always convey your application to relevant agencies. If we feel that this requires a security checkup, we'll take it there. If we feel this requires, like, for research on medical issues, the applicant must go through the medical and dentist practitioners board to get a first approval before you act on. If it's on matters KWS, you must get approval from KWS before Nakosti gives you the licenses. So that one is, and then go to no, that one can skip on of time. One. How safe is your Sukuma Wiki? This was in the newspaper last year in November. How safe, or at the cost, do you eat Sukuma Wiki, by the way? Is there Sukuma Wiki at the cost? Or what is the Kiswahili word for it? I don't know. But how is your Sukuma Wiki? That's the question. It's what's in the newspaper. That's number 1. Number 2, again, because of this, even in this kind of political times, if somebody decided to use that strategically, you just take certain types of Sukuma Wiki to a certain region or to a certain person or even within your institution. These are the risks that the country is going through now. Because the results, the recent studies that were done by KEFIS has revealed that out of 10 Sukuma Wiki samples tested, 90% were contaminated with toxic pesticides beyond the agreeable levels. So the next question, I have no answer, I'm just throwing things for you to think about. The next question is, what happens when you see a number of suicide rates going very high? Could it be because of this, we are becoming mad slowly and slowly? We don't know. You could be under a lot of stress even sitting here and you don't know. Maybe then the moment you leave this room, you feel like you want to take your life, and maybe it could be the Sukuma Wiki. We don't know. We need such researches to be undertaken. But the data is showing that it's an alarming rate. That if you have like a small plot, you better grow your own Sukuma Wiki. Because the ones there are very green, nice leaves. In fact, an expert was saying, when you go to a supermarket and you see the one which looks very bad, funny, you better buy that one than the very green one. So that is the situation that we had. And these are research outcomes. Yes, go to the next. Leaves Sukuma Wiki, they are carcinogenic. Go to the next one. Yes, the other one, which is very recent. In fact, last week. But it started in 2019, Kenya's Ugali scare. How safe is your maize flour? And if you wanted to convert it as a weapon, if you wanted to weaponize that, which are the tribes that take too much of Ugali? That's a question of interest. I think the question of interest is of national importance, by the way. Because it could be happening maybe and you don't know. So we have brought to the attention of authority that there are these things in this particular time where we do not need big missiles. You have seen in the ongoing war with Russia and Ukraine, they're using drones, small things, small gadgets. So rather than that trouble, the aflatoxin, and we were, as part of training, we were training the National Produce and Cereals Board. Under that STM mainstreaming target, they invited our team, and they were really complaining that we are forcing them to be part of this thing. They never do research. They just store maize and other things, and they sell them, they package them. You go to the act, they find the research. Then you ask them the first question, aflatoxin, what do you do with it? And it's like, what? Yes, say you actually a security hazard to the country, the way you are talking. And you go to the data, and we show them, in fact, we're able to show them this. This is how dangerous. They can either make the country safe or destroy the entire country using this. Now, that was 2019, where KEBS, I think, had to suspend licenses for 5 brands. But just last week, I think May, yes. No, that's maybe repeated. There's another one of, next slide. Yes, that was May 26. Was that last week? Yes, aflatoxins link in Kenya's cancer burden. How do you handle that? These are real things. That's why that STM mainstreaming. So we told them one of the key areas of the STM mainstreaming is to check on that. Are they able to have a survey, a regular survey, without waiting? KEBS is doing a lot of things. They cannot really handle this. This is too much work because they handle all the products that you have. The National Cereals Board is one which we are assuring people, the brands, as part of the STM mainstreaming, this is a major thing for them. Yeah? So it's known as a family of toxins produced by certain fungi have been established to be high. Of late, they have also been linked to the high case of cancer in the country. I'm sure if the governor of Kisumu saw this, he would pick it up. And there are many, by the way, that are happening. This is where now STM mainstreaming come, and you localize it, you domesticate it, you internalize it based on the agency. So their strategy, what they're calling their institutional science, technology, innovation strategy will have to include how they manage their, and they agree, by the way, they check on aflatoxins, and whatever when they even send their bags to the local people there, they give them some equipment to be able to handle that aflatoxin. So, but now we need it documented. To what extent is this affecting people? You can literally clear a country using this. Because even the tribes who are not eating ugali nowadays eat it very well. Yes, so move to next, so that I can conclude. Yeah, we are living in a time of unprecedented change with science, technology, innovation moving very fast, and COVID. One of the things that came out in the COVID pandemic, which is still ongoing, by the way, when we were flying to Mombasa the other time, we were all forced to put a mask. So it means something is happening again, is that countries that deployed technology were able to minimize the disruptions. And these are like the Singapore, Malaysia. They were able to put gadgets which will ensure social distancing. They were able to put drones which will tell you are not complying, you're not wearing a mask. So that is how technology was used just to ensure conformity. And drones, we don't have to manufacture drones. You just get them, reprogram them, and we have youngsters, very smart youngsters around. And that actually speaks directly into what I heard our chief guest talking about, and chief principal. We are now talking of the 4th industrial revolution, but actually the 5th industrial revolution has already started. Yeah, the 4th industrial revolution has a lot of digital and so forth, but the 5th industrial revolution, again, if you Google, is connecting mankind to machines. And they've already started manufacturing, I think, the liver. So very soon you'll be sitting there and we do not know which part of you is real or unreal. What we are sure is they cannot touch your soul. But the 5th industrial revolution is underway and is moving very fast, and it's a big, big national security threat. Imagine if your leaders have a fake heart. You do not know when they have been programmed that maybe after 1 year my heart will just diffuse. It's a big, big national security. So the way South Africa did, they had a white paper, what you call a national paper being led by, I think, Ramaphosa himself. Probably Kenya, we are also initiating a white paper on the 5th industrial, so that as those people are advanced move, we know what it is. You will be going to India, they replace your heart, they replace your throat, they replace your ears, they replace everything, and they could be controlling you and we don't know. Or controlling me and you don't know. You were told to sit, you see somebody sitting in the middle of the road, and you wonder what is happening. Yeah? Because they have given you the gadgets. Your liver is theirs, your heart is theirs. It's only the soul they can touch. This is, again, I throw it back for you to think about, because you are in an institution of research. Is an area where we need our youngsters to come in. They are very sharp when things go digital. But the fifth industrial revolution, which is actually anchored on artificial AI, is the main thrust, because each revolution picks something from the other one. So AI is already there, but it is now what is picked out of all those things which is going to form, and I think is there, pushing the fourth industrial revolution into 5IR, which is called Society 5.0. 4 was industry, it was about industry. 5 is about society, where they can put gadgets in your head to monitor your thoughts. If you are going to commit suicide, then we will see a trigger. Na utashikwa. That's how the world is changing. So whoever is not thinking that things have changed will just be caught off guard and will just seize. It's like the postal corporation when things were going digital and we were saying, no, we are a major state agency, we cannot perish. They perished. So think about that 15 industry. I'm also worried about it myself. So the next one, very quickly also, just to tell you how that industry. Next slide. Then I'll just go to the conclusions. Next one after this. Yes, you can see now how, like in Italy, the middle one, when many people died, I think passed on in Italy, that even doctors were scared to meet the patients. You can see they're using a robot now. The doctor is in another room, the patient is there, the robot is taking the temperature, is even talking to the patient, measuring temperature, other things. So if there's any physical contact, it's very minimal. That is what technology has done. This is where the TVET section is superb. And you'll be billionaires. You'll not even have time to sit in this hall. You'll be billionaires there. Because you take one small gadget in that component and you're duplicating thousands. There are 40 million Kenyans. Yeah? 40 million Kenyans. So even if you sold a small gadget for 1 shilling, you are a 40 million plus person. Just think about it. Yeah? So that's what technology has changed. And the role of TVET institution, I'm not going to read it because this one I just picked from your website, by the way. But I just wanted to say this, next slide on the role of TVET institutions, which we are following up very closely. Yeah? TVET holds the key to technological progress, rapid industrialization, wealth creation, and poverty reduction. If you want to measure yourself, it's good our chief guest is here. This is how TVET itself measures itself. Can you document this, quantify how we contributed to technological progress in terms of whether money or something? Things have to be smart. When you say we have done well, then you define them in figures. Like you talk of GDP. What contribution have we made to the president? His Excellency yesterday he was talking of numbers. If you had a speech, when I came in, the GDP was this, now it is this. Numbers never lie. And you can see we had a lot of confidence because numbers never lie. So if you're going to assess yourself as TVET institutions, which is now very heavily funded, even more than the universities, how are you to assess yourself? And somebody is going to do that audit one time. This was put in the TVET sector. What are the things out? You have taught well, you score 99.9%. What are the qualities of things that are outside there? How many patents do you have? And by the way, patents speak directly to Kenya's Global Innovation Index. The number of patents that you do. Okay? What are the number of patents? How much money are you making out of those patents? Because for everything that is sold, you should get royalties. I'm telling you, you have a field which is superb. So I don't have to emphasize that. I think just move on, skip a number of this up to almost the end. Yes, go to where the rankings of research and innovation institutions. Just also to celebrate our institutions that are ranked, the Chimago ranking of research and innovation, and you can Google that. In Africa 2021, again, Kenya is not very good in ranking. Our universities, by the way, are not doing well. They think they are doing well, but if you go to real university ranking, this is not university rankings. It's only the University of Nairobi which is there. And when we mention it, it's like they feel wamechokozwa. So but you can't attract funding from the exchequer if you are not allowing systems to measure you. That's why you have individual staff performance appraisal, there's a score. which shows this person needs to improve or this person has done well, reward that person. This is now the Chimago is there, and you can see the top institutions in Africa: University of Cape Town, #1, Egyptian Network of High Energy Physics, University of Witwatersrand, Johannesburg, Cairo, University of Pretoria, Stellenbosch, then 7, KwaZulu-Natal, then 8th is Cambridge. Cambridge is doing very well, by the way. And we are proud of it because they get from the exchequer about 3 billion, which mostly pays the staffing. Then they get 6 billion from outside, donor funding. So when you are starting again that Marine Institute, a very little portion I can imagine will be from the exchequer. The exchequer is so strained. Which international partners do you have that will fund that institution? And when they fund that institution, there has to be value proposition. How is the international donor benefiting out of that? As I said, the International Center for Genetic Engineering is going to establish a regional research center at Egerton University. And they're saying 50-50. Whatever the Kenya government puts in, they'll put in 50 through the connection to other international agencies. So that the facilities which now Cambridge have, a good number is going to be duplicated at Egerton also. And Nacosti, we are mapping out these facilities so that we wouldn't want to hear that somebody, I do not have equipment, we do not have equipment in this country, so we are taking the blood samples or our human tissues to Germany or wherever for testing. Cambridge has a lot of very good equipment, so we are doing also that mapping. But you can see Cambridge is there. Then you see in our next best is ILRI also, International Livestock Research Institute, Kenya. This STI mainstreaming, we're expecting a lot from them. For the first time, we're inspecting them. We are sending experts to inspect them. We have already done with the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, and we're going around. Then you can see where University of Nairobi is. Egerton University, Aga Khan University, coming out very powerfully. International Center is SIPE. So I would really pray one of the TVET institutions, probably it's maybe your data you have not availed for these people who are assessing this. I would really pray, because this is research and innovation. And the yardsticks, the methodology is very clear. The amount of money you do, the patents, and so forth. So with that, just move to the next. Yes, just also want to acknowledge there was another very, very good conference in your sister institution, the Kabete National Polytechnic, the other day. Yes, it was also very high level. So we are very pleased that a few of the TVET institutions are now prioritizing research innovation. But please remember that you do very well in innovation. So get the basic research from the universities and the Cambridge, which they won't refuse, convert it now into the products. And in the NRF funding, we are going to try to insist that no funding is approved if it doesn't have TVET person inside there, it doesn't have a research institution person there, it doesn't have university, and it doesn't have the industry. Then it should not be approved, because that is the only way you can be assured of that end product. So with those, I think just go to where the US is. I'll have another time. Yes. Just what I've been reinforcing, this is now the U.S. Office of Science Technology Policy, established in 1976. Look at the reason. The OSTP advises the President and others within the Executive Office of the President on the scientific, engineering, and technology aspects of national security. That is the purpose for which they establish science and technology. When you are secure, then you can enjoy prosperity. Then it talks of homeland security, that's like public safety, it talks of health, because STI is direct bearing on your health. As I said now, somebody can manufacture your heart and control you. Put gadgets in your brain, know you are thinking, literally control you. You end up being a robot without knowing. And that is coming very soon, so we need to know so that we can have here. Then economy, you can see where economy is. It's somewhere, it's very important, but somewhere a little bit far. So that office is there. Skip that one. Yes, I also want the slide where our president has, during a CPES 50th anniversary celebration, he made a commitment, by the way, that there will be investment in R&D. And we hope that can be picked up in the next government, where he says the government will continue implementing programs aimed at nurturing its growing scientific talent pool. That is missing. And we hope there's a clamor now for, because of the moratorium on recruitment in most state agencies, there's a clamor for the retirement age of scientists to go up to 65, because in the research institutions it is already happening. So institutions that engage in this, you could also pick it as TVETA. You retire at 65. I know the government is working on also on a policy paper on the staff at the Commission for University Education, Nacosti, to even retire at 70 years. Because when these people go and they're still strong, and you have not built, mentored others, what happens? There's going to be a very big gap here. So even TVET institutions, I saw TSC are fighting for 65. So I don't know whether Tiveta, you are tired men and women, you want to go and kupalilia shamba or you want to extend. think about it, because you need the talent pool is there, and you might retire without mentoring others, and that will be a challenge. So the president says Africa must continue, next, must continue to expand its investment in science and research for it to achieve the aspiration of becoming a prosperous and peaceful continent. And he says his government, that's his excellency, will continue rolling out progressive policies to promote science and innovation. And I think he has done that. The only thing you have not had a structured paper in which this can be done in a way that it percolates to all the letters to the Tibet. And there's a commitment for the 2%. So if you saw in the STI mainstreaming that we are saying, and the chief principal is here, that we would want to encourage and request that 2% of your MEAGA resources is reserved for R&D. And I guess Mr. Joga will be happy for that. It is because of, you do that, great. And we defined it very well. So, and we are seeing institutions which thought they could not achieve this are achieving it. Because you invest on a staff training, that is part of the 2%. You buy equipment, which Tibeta have, that is part of the 2%. So you're finding them surprising, the ones who are saying this is too tight a target, they have already met them. You buy a multi-billion, just one machine, you even do the building for that Marine Institute. We count it as part of that 2%. So with that, I think the last one is put the Prime Minister, this is what I was telling you. Just in June last year, a new Science and Technology Council will be established and chaired by the Prime Minister. And they're putting a lot of money. You go to the last line, the government is currently investing, just the same slide, go back. Yes, go back to where the Prime Minister yes, there. The government is currently investing 14.9 billion euros in R&D for 1 year. That amounts to around what, 2.7 trillion. And I would ask you, what is our annual budget? Our entire budget is just a drop in the ocean of UK. It is their pocket change, as you can see. And they have done a deliberate decision because R&D, as we are saying, is not money which goes, it's an investment. It goes in, as if it disappears like a seed planted. When it comes out, you have youngsters who are able to come up with technologies and things that are able to multiply, and there's a multiply effect which goes up to the counties. Now there are 47 counties. If you duplicate, like now they're establishing KONZA. If that KONZA approach can be established in all the 47 countries, I think we have something. So go to the last slide just to thank for your patience. Please go to the last slide. Oh, no, second last, yes. You just want to, no, even go for the other one, just the one before. I think it could be of interest. These are the proposed STI priorities, which is going to come to you formally, but on the website. We want to engage for a year or so. And you can see R&D facilities, STI infusion in national county development plans, investments in financing, innovation, technology transfer and commercialization, health and bioeconomic. I was just checking where the marine is. Number 9, science and technology-driven exploitation of marine and freshwater resources. This is where you fall in. And within that, there'll be a thematic area. And it might not come up like this. A number of them will be combined so that we have maybe 5, 6, or 7 of the areas. Now, when that is captured and it's agreed by stakeholders, that is what will end up in the National Treasury Desk. So it's this one which, again, might be part of the MTP4. So even when you are doing an MTP4, which I've seen the draft on fisheries, I've seen on that, it needs to be within the broader angle. Otherwise, when you come up with new projects along the 5 years, you'll find you write to Treasury, nobody funds it unless you're able to get external funding. So let's take advantage of this. And with that, just in the last slide, just to say that there's immense potential benefits of maritime resources. STI drives the economy, even national security, and then mainstreaming marine conservation. Like now, in your case, you are doing your institutional strategy is how do you mainstream marine conservation and sustainable use of marine resources. It has more meaning to you, and that institute can lead. Yes, so Chief Guest and Madam Chief Principal, I think, sorry for taking your time. But the Tibet have been saying they have been left behind. So I said I'll take this time and provoke you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And maybe before we proceed with the program, I will request members of the high table to take their seats in front there, so that they can also participate in the and view the presentations. Now, as they proceed to sit on their seats, I'm requesting a keynote address from Mr. Juvenal Shiundu, the first Kenyan naval architect, and until recently was chairman of Kenya National Shipping Line. So, Mr. Juvenal Shiundu, we are requesting you to make a keynote address because of your expansive experience at International Maritime Organization, IMO, and an expert in blue economy with impeccable credentials. Welcome, Mr. Juvenal. Thank you.
Hello, amnipigie makofi. Asante sana. The chief guest, Mr. Munene, representing the PS State Department of Vocational Technical Training, Ministry of Education, County Director, DVED, Chairman of the Polytechnic Council, Mrs. Ann Mbogo, Chief Principal, Deputy Principal, National Institute of Transport, Tanzania, Mr. John Warenda, Senior Technical Advisor, Young Africa Works, dignitaries from other countries, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm very honored to join you today in this beautiful city of Mombasa at this inaugural international conference on research, innovation, and skills exhibition, and to deliver a keynote address. On a personal level, I have been involved with the Kenya Coast National Polytechnic East Africa Skills for Transformation and Regional Integration Project as a member of the Industry Advisory Board for 2 years. I'm very pleased to note the progress and achievements this project has made. As some of you are aware, the objective of ESTRIP is to increase the access and improve the quality of programs in marine transport and port logistics. The theme of this 3-day conference, Breaking the Barriers, Science, Technology, and Innovation for Sustainable Blue Economy, which will be covered under 4 sub-themes in a very detailed program ahead of you. My address will focus on harnessing the blue economy for potential wealth creation. To understand the concept of blue economy, why it has become very important in our economic activities, I want to briefly look at the historical development. The impetus was originated in 2012 with the submission of a blue economy concept paper at the Rio +20 United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, which I participated in. During the preparatory meetings, and there were 4 preparatory meetings which were held in 2011. The last one was held in 2012 in Istanbul, just before going to Rio. The discussion at that time was on the green economy. The whole focus on the preparation to the Rio +20 was talking about the green economy. However, some countries led by small island states were of the view that they are surrounded with oceans, and therefore theirs is not green economy, but it is blue economy. It was during those preparatory meetings then that they advocated that we must include the blue economy in the outcome of the Rio +20. In fact, the International Maritime Organization, with UNESCO, FAO, and a number of other organizations, we came up with a document called Greening the Blue. And that was one of the documents that was available at the Rio Plus conference. So it was then that the issue of the blue economy became accepted. And then after the Rio Plus 20, there was a conference held in 2013 in Abu Dhabi, and that was the first conference on the blue economy, and I also delivered a paper at that conference. The blue economy concept was then also ratified by the September 2015 UN conference that came up with the Sustainable Development Goals. And indeed, goal number 14, life below water, specifically recognizes the critical contribution the oceans can make to the development of the smallest and most vulnerable nations. In recent years, a new phase in the effort by Africans to catalyze development of the continent and strengthen African integration and unity has taken place through the formulation of 6 key documents, namely the African Maritime Charter of 2010, the 2050 Africa's Integrated Maritime Strategy, popularly known as 2050 M Strategy, the Agenda 2063. Now the Agenda 2063 narrows very clearly with the UN Agenda 2030. In fact, by the time they were formulating the UN Agenda 2030, the African Union was formulating Agenda 2063. And the African continent is the only continent that went, by the time of the SDGs, they had a common position, and that is the Agenda 2063. Then we have the Djibouti Code of Conduct, and it is gender amendment. We have the African Charter on Maritime Security, Safety, and Development in Africa, commonly known as the Lome Charter. And then we have the African Blue Economy, a policy handbook, and then more importantly, the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. All continental strategies and policy documents lay a foundation for maritime development in Africa. The overarching vision of the 2050 M strategy is to foster increased wealth creation from Africa's ocean and seas by developing a sustainable, thriving blue economy in a secure and environmentally sustainable manner. You remember what Professor Owaya said recently, if there is no security, if there is no safety, you cannot prosper. You cannot harness blue economy when there is no peace. In formulating the 2050 M strategy, in which I participated in, it was recognized that Africa's maritime domain had vast potential for wealth creation, which required a broad framework for the protection and sustainable exploitation. The keyword, sustainable exploitation. Within the Agenda 2063 are action plans to connect Africa through world-class infrastructure with a concerted push to finance and implement major infrastructure projects that include strengthening the African port and shipping sector as regional and continental assets, strategies to grow the African blue and green economies. Both 2050 M strategy and Agenda 2065 take a long view of Africa's development aspirations. They set out vision of transformative change, a future where Africa's resources are optimized for the benefit of all Africans. Both documents have set out challenging and inspiring agendas which envisage a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Africa's blue economy, which is 3 times the size of its landmass, shall be a major contributor to continental transformation and growth, advancing knowledge on marine and aquatic biotechnology, the growth of an African-wide shipping industry, the development of sea, river, and lake transport and fishing, and exploitation and beneficiation of deep sea minerals and other resources. It was said here before that if you take Kenya's EEZ is equivalent to 31 counties. We have 47 counties in Kenya. But now here, we are being told for the Africa, the blue economy is like 3 times the landmass of the African continent. So you can see the potential that is there. Without the seas and oceans, we humans would probably not exist. The oceans have played a key role for the creation of the kind of climate on Earth which has enabled us to evolve and develop. The oceans hold 97% of the total water on the planet, and they are the source of 86% of global evaporation. Hence, they are the rain without which our agriculture and our cities would not exist. The oceans also represent an enormous wealth in terms of different kinds of resources. Resources which we recently have learned must be governed and managed in a sustainable and responsible way. In fact, they are the one global, we have one global ocean which connects us all and gives us life. It is that global ocean where Africa now is setting out to systematically develop efforts for harnessing a blue economy to the benefit of its people. Africa's maritime domain is impressive in terms of both its beauty and richness. Africa's maritime domain represents enormous wealth in terms of renewable living resources for food security, nutrients, and raw material for medicine. The fisheries sector provides livelihood, employment, and income, not least for millions of people living in coastal communities. Winds, waves, and tidal currents represent huge potential sources of renewable energy. The coasts and the seas are areas where we need to exploit more. According to, just a minute. Being the second biggest continent and the largest island, Africa's 30 million square kilometers area covers 1/5 of the total surface of the earth, with a total coastline of 26,000 nautical miles, 38 coastal countries and islands, over 100 port facilities that handle over 90% of the continent's imports and exports. The African maritime domain has enormous untapped potential to contribute to African maritime wealth. The African Union declared 2015 to 2025 as the decade of African seas and ocean, and launched 25th July of every year to be celebrated throughout Africa as the Day of African Seas and Oceans. At national level, each African country is expected to mainstream the continental strategy and policy documents that I referred to above in their national development plans. One country that has done so well and is quoted as a good example is Seychelles. However, in Africa we have one problem. And I will ask a question. You have all watched Olympic Games. Have you ever seen when people go to receive medals where they stand number 1, number 2, and number 3? In swimming, have you ever seen an African receiving either a gold medal or a silver medal or a bronze medal? Have you ever seen? But in athletics, quite often you see 1, 2, 3 Africans receiving 3 medals at the same time. Do you know why that is? It is because of what we call sea blindness. And sea blindness for the Africa came because, first of all, the first people to come to Africa to conquer us were the Arabs. They came in to take slaves. So whenever Africans at the coast saw dhows coming in, they ran very fast. They ran inland very fast. And then the likes of Vasco da Gama, the likes of the West also came to colonize Africa. And as they came, because they came in through the sea, as they came with the ships, the natives along the sea knew that they would be captured, so they always ran inland. And because of that, the Africans never looked towards the sea. They always looked towards inland. Hence, the term sea blindness. So in Africa, we have this sea blindness. So this blue economy is now telling us that we have resources at sea. Look what is at sea. Don't continue running inland. Look what is at sea. And that's why we are saying that there's enormous resources which we need to exploit. Now, what has Kenya done in harnessing these resources? Kenya is one of the several African countries that has taken a very active role in the areas of the blue economy. And Kenya has already defined the areas of the blue economy as fisheries, aquaculture and mariculture, marine transport and logistic services, extractive industries which include offshore mining of gas, oil, titanium, and rare minerals, culture, and tourism. Now, through Executive Order number 3 of 2016, the President established what was called a Blue Economy Task Force. Now, that task force came up with a report called Rediscovering the Road to Prosperity, which was submitted to the President in December 2016. Amongst the findings was that the Kenya blue economy contributes approximately 179 billion to the GDP annually and has an explored potential to grow GDP by 430 billion annually. The sector had a potential to create 150,000 formal jobs. Some of the committee's recommendations that have been implemented include the creation of a state Department of Fisheries and Blue Economy, establishment of Kenya Coast Guard Services, establishment of Bandari Maritime Academy as a center of excellence for seafarers, establishment of the Blue Economy Implementation Committee in the Office of the President in 2018, which has since been converted to the the Ocean and Blue Economy Office, TOBEO. The revival of Kenya National Shipping Line, which I've had the privilege of steering for the last 3 years. Establishment of fish landing jetties in Luatoni and Shimoni, and commissioning of Lamu Port. And then last year and this year, the President commissioned the shipyards, one shipyard in Kisumu, which is already building Umoja 2, a wagon ferry, and also commissioned the shipyard in Mombasa. Regarding fisheries, Kenya has had some progress in ensuring responsible and sustainable fishing for the conservation of endangered and high-value fish stocks. These include monitoring and surveillance of its blue space to ensure compliance with the fisheries legislative and regulatory framework aimed at deterring what is referred as illegal, unreported, and unregulated, or IUU fishing. The State Department of Fisheries and the Blue Economy continues to be an active voice regionally and globally towards the promotion of sustainable and responsible fishing. The optimal use of marine resources is vital for many African countries, including Kenya. In most coastal countries, fisheries make a significant contribution to food security, rural incomes, and employment. According to the United Nations report, freshwater and ocean fish make a vital contribution to the food and nutritional security of over 200 million Africans and provide income for over 10 million. According to a recent report, actually last month, May 2022, of the African Development Bank, entitled "The Future of Marine Fisheries in the African Blue Economy." That report says the African population is expected to reach 1.7 billion in 2030 and 2.5 billion in 2050. Feeding the population at today's level of per capita consumption, which is 7.5 kilogram per capita year from marine fisheries, will require 13 million tons of marine fish in 2030 and almost 19 million tons in 2050. These figures provide an idea of the scale of production curve in the fisheries. Now, what does that say? There is opportunities there in the fisheries industry. To give you an example, do you know how many kilograms of fish per year an average Kenyan eats? It is 4.5 kilogram capita per year, which means an average Kenyan eats 4.5 kilos a year. In Africa, the average is 10, which means that there's a lot of potential in Kenya to catch more fish for food security, because we have not even reached the African average, which is 10. We are still at 4.5. Now, the country in the world with the highest per capita is Portugal. Portugal have 57 kilogram per person per year. So we have a long way to go. Now, what has been achieved in Kenya since? Kenya conceptualized and hosted the first global Sustainable Blue Economy Conference in November 2018, co-hosted by Canada and Japan. How many people in this room attended that conference in Nairobi? I can see 2 or 3. It was a very successful conference. I was at the conference. We had a number of side events as IMO. The theme was the Blue Economy and 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The conference resulted in what is called Nairobi Statement of Intent on Advancing a Sustainable Blue Economy. One key commitment which is relevant to this conference was strengthening science and research to generate and disseminate evidence-based knowledge and information. Further, it was emphasized that to be able to deliver sustainable oceans for present and future generation, a strong scientific research to inform management and the development is required. Science provides capability to broaden our understanding and monitoring of the oceans, ecosystems, and their resources. That conference brought 16,320 participants from 184 countries. They included 7 heads of government, 84 ministers, several heads of international organizations, mayors, governors, the business and private sector, community leaders, the civil society, women and the youth. As a follow-up to some of the outcomes of the 2018 SPEC conference, the UN General Assembly has declared the year 2021 to 2030 as the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. The Ocean Decade provides a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create a new foundation across the science policy interface to strengthen the management of the oceans and coastlines. The actions that Kenya has done since then. Kenya has committed to several actions to manage the ocean health and to implement Sustainable Development Goal number 14. These actions include a ban on single-use plastics, establishment of beach management units for waste management and cleaning of beaches, strengthening implementation of environmental impact. A case in Wadamu, where there is conservation and marine restoration, which goes on through the stakeholders community, and intellectual property in Kenya, Africa, and globally is crucial for sustainable development and conservation of the blue economy. There is urgent need to clearly identify, conceptualize the role of the blue economy in sustainable development in Kenya. This conceptualization should be carried out within a framework. We have what's called United Nations Conference on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS. It is now that UNCLOS that lays down the main framework of what is supposed to be done. Along with UNCLOS, we have a number of conventions of IMO, FAO. So countries need to make sure that they have ratified those international conventions. Now, maritime education and training. Now, the maritime sector, as I said, has job opportunities in seafaring, shipbuilding, repairs and recycling, ship channeling, coastal shipping, port operations, marine insurance, and so many others. Now, globally, it is estimated that there is a shortfall of about 26,000 seafarers and officers, indicating that the current demand for seafarers outpaced supply. The blue economy sector in Kenya has the potential to employ 50,400 seafarers on Kenyan vessels, as well as other economy sectors. Kenya has about 3,000 registered seafarers and 8 maritime education and training institutions, including Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, and can train a capacity to train 3,520 seafarers annually. However, the government has given a directive to train 4,000 seafarers annually. And in order to achieve this, institutions such as these ones will have to work together with the other 7 training institutions to see what policies can they come up with to be able to train the 4,000 Kenyans needed. The training will therefore involve different approaches that will enable Kenya to establish itself as a reliable, trusted source of well-trained, highly skilled, competent, well-disciplined, and affordable seafarers. In conclusion, as we have seen from the foregoing, there are several continental and national strategies and policies that would facilitate the exploitation of sustainable blue economy. Furthermore, Kenya has done a lot since the adoption of the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development in formulating and implementing national policies on the blue economy, but more needs to be done in the areas of research, science, technology, and innovation. In this regard, training institutions, academia, industry, and local communities should work with the government to formulate relevant national maritime strategies. The steps towards exploitation of African maritime wealth that I would recommend as a basis for further discussion are as follows. Government should formulate integrated national and regional maritime policies, ratify and implement the relevant regional and international instruments, promote the study of maritime subjects and technology in colleges and university, continue to support for education and training to secure the continuous supply of seafarers and maritime experts. Now that is close to the heart of Betty, supply of seafarers. Betty would be pleased to see more Kenyans being recruited on foreign vessels. Establish research, training, and information centers. Promote African vessel ownership and participation in seaborne trade. Can you imagine that Kenya, with the coastline, we don't have a single foreign-going ship? We don't have, not even one. Ethiopia, which is landlocked, has more than 18 foreign-going vessels can trade all over the world. And that's why within this blue economy, we are committed to making sure that as Kenya or Kenya National Shipping Line, we own our own ships. We should also establish maritime training institution for seafarers to mitigate the current worldwide shortage and create jobs for the youth. Attract investments in African maritime transport sector. For example, for the blue economy, you have to attract investment. We were told earlier, innovate a tractor, win a prize. If you don't commercialize it, it remains an innovation. And therefore, even in the blue economy, we need to do research, and we need to attract investments, and we need to make sure that the sector grows. Promote maritime tourism, fisheries, and the aquaculture industry. In conclusion, I wish you every success for what I'm sure will be a most thought-provoking and productive conference. I would have stayed with you more, but I have to leave here at 1. I have a flight to catch at 2:30 because I have another function in Nairobi connected with the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, where I'm expected to speak. But I hope to see you again, and thanks once more for inviting me. Chief Principal, I wish you all the best.
Now, because of constraints of time, let us give one round of applause to Professor Walter Oyawa and Juvenile Shundu for the back-to-back presentations. Kindly, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Juvenal Shiundu. Of course, related to what he's taking him to Nairobi, I think if you read in the programs, he recently received Freedom of the City of London Award in recognition to services to international diplomacy and charitable causes. And just to add, Juvenal Shiundu sits in the Industry Advisory Board of Kenya Coast National Polytechnic under the History Project. So the members of the board will also have time in the afternoon and share with us more deliberations around that particular area of blue economy. We really thank you for sacrificing your time. Related to that, the delegates, I know it's lunchtime, and we all would have wished that we take a break, but the program was a bit delayed owing to several consultations and here and there. Now, I don't know how you are going to take it. We've had 2 presentations. Of course, we'll have plenary later, but they are very heavy presentations. If you recall the element of NACOSTI legislation of the research papers, it talked about innovation and need to technology transfer and commercialization and all those aspects. And there were heavy tasks or heavy load of information on the bioweapons and other related areas in STI. We really need so much consultation later on with Professor Oyawa. We will invite him later. I know the researchers may be having questions here and there. Researchers can never miss questions. We will request him later to be amongst the plenary members so that we can interrogate further on the way forward. Now, just before I sit or I take a break, I would like us to invite one more person. He will be brief. He will not take too long. Excuse me. Assist me with the book of abstracts, the conference proceedings. Yeah, that one. We will invite one key personality. We are here from different organizations. We have officers from the government. We have officers from the development partners. We also have trainers at the Kenya Coast National Polytechnics, and we have the researchers. Now, in that respect, we have in the midst Mr. Ian Warenda. Mr. Ian Warenda is a common name for most of those institutions that implemented Kenyans for Employment program, what we call KFEP. So we will invite Mr. Ian to give his keynote address. Then later on, we will break for lunch. After that, we'll know how many paper presenters are available and were able to register. We will divide them to parallel sessions. If there are not many, we can have a number of them present here and a number of them again present in another room somewhere. Then the day may close later on around 4:30. Now, note that Mr. Ian Waranda is the Senior Technical Advisor for the Colleges and Institutes Canada implemented, MasterCard Foundation funded, Young Africa Works Kenya, and a Youth Employability through TVET program. For over 40 years, Colleges and Institutes Canada, CICAN, has championed education, training, innovation on a global scale. As the national and international voice of Canadian colleges and institutes in Kenya, Colleges and Institutes Canada links member institutions to partners all around the world. CICAN's members' expertise contributes to reducing poverty and inequality, especially for women, youth, and disadvantaged population, by transforming post-secondary education systems and providing employment-based training. CICAN at the moment has 2 substantial projects currently underway in Kenya. The Global Affairs Canada, funded under KFEP, what we call Kenya Education for Employment Program, and the Young African Works Kenya, youth employability through TVET program. In addition, SEICAN has recently brought to a close the supporting innovation in the technical and vocational education sector towards productivity and competitiveness CITVES project. Mr. Waranda's keynote address will focus on two key applied research initiatives as part of the Young African Works Kenya Youth Employability through TVET program. That is one, the TVET 13 thematic partnership that will support the implementation of national applied research and innovation policies, performing situational analysis, incorporating gender analysis of current practices and notable gaps, and then developing comprehensive toolkit and processes or support mechanism on establishment and management of applied research and innovation hubs. His address will also focus on the grant proposals initiative to establish 10 applied research/innovation centers at Young African Works in Kenya, TVET partner institutions in Kenya. These centers will allow for greater experiential learning opportunities for students in Kenya, TVET institutions to maximize the potential employment, job creation, and economic growth while enhancing ability of these institutions to establish linkages. Now, I'll be requesting Mr. Ian Waranda, just before we break for lunch, to make his keynote address, and then we'll have plenaries later. Thank you very much. Ian Waranda, the PowerPoint.
Hi, yeah, good morning, everyone. I guess maybe good afternoon. I guess now we're after 12. Yeah, so if we can get that on the full view. I've got this clicker here that I might be able to, yeah, I'll be able to do that. Okay, yes, so my name is Ian Warrender. I'm with Colleges and Institutes Canada. I'm the Senior Technical Advisor on this particular MasterCard Foundation-funded program called Young Africa Works Kenya, Youth Employability through TVET. So in this, I'll go pretty quick through the slides here. I know we're getting close to lunch. So I'll introduce a little bit about myself. I'll give you some context. Like ultimately, you know, the two key points I want to talk about today are, you know, applied research in Canadian colleges and then applied research initiatives as part of Young Africa Works. But prior to that, I'll need to give you some context and some background around the Canadian college system, and you know, that'll give you some idea of how we have arrived at these particular applied research initiatives. So let's see if that goes to the next slide. Yeah, so a little bit about me. I'm the Senior Technical Advisor, Young Africa Works. I am a Funde Meme. I started an electrical apprenticeship a long time ago, in 1982, actually, and it was in the marine industry. I worked I was a civilian employee with the Canadian Forces base in Victoria, British Columbia. So it's where we do all the naval ships, and yeah, so that's where I started. I'm also what you call an engineering technologist. I've got an MEd in post-secondary curriculum. I'm also a teacher through provincial instructor. I'm also a TEFL instructor. Prior to taking this job with Colleges and Institutes Canada, I was with Camosun College in Victoria, British Columbia, where I was a vocational teacher. I taught electrical for 17 years. Prior to that, I've worked heavy industry and construction. I've done programs in Mozambique, Tanzania, and Kenya. And the other countries I've worked with, USA, Finland, China, and Egypt. So that's enough about me. So there's Canada, and this is where I'm from, the southwest corner. So America, Canada. I live right at the southern tip of Vancouver Island. From the roof of my house, I can see Washington State. So just to give you some perspective, how big Canada really is, that's proportionally the size of Canada to Kenya. So in fact, you know, you can fit 10 Kenyas in Canada. But this is interesting. The population of Kenya is 54 million. The population of Canada, which is 10 times bigger, has about 2/3 of your population. So we are very, you know what they say about Canada, big country, no people. You know, plenty of parking. It's a big country, only 38 million people relative to, Kenya, 54 million. So just to put it in perspective. Oh, it doesn't seem to move forward. Let's try that. So let me give you some context. So in the big scheme of things, although Canada is geographically big, we're a very small player. Canada is only 2.1% of the global GDP. Of course, the United States, China are the big players. Canada, we're what you call a small open economy. And what that means is that we're very vulnerable to economic conditions within, the big players. Living right next door to the U.S., the most powerful economy in the world, the biggest GDP in the world, it's often said that when the U.S. sneezes, Canada catches a cold. We're very much affected by being a small open economy by what happens in the U.S. To give you an idea of our sector, Canada's sector, agriculture, forestry, fishing, hunting, mining and petroleum, manufacturing. These two sectors here largely is what drives Canada's economy, has driven it for many years. That is resource exploitation. I'm getting to this in a minute. So it's the economy that drives the skills, which drives the need for colleges in Canada, and then we'll get to that in a moment. The other thing I wanted to tell you about, though, in comparison to the Commonwealth countries, Canada fares not too bad. 8% of the GDP per capita in the Commonwealth countries is Canada. So how is that about? So Canada, well, it's a very productive country. And what drives that productivity is a very strong skill set. And that's what we're really driving for, I think, in these projects, of course, with Young Africa Works. So the fuel of Canada's economy are our colleges, our institutions, universities, polytechnics. Our colleges create a creative impact on the national economy, generate value in return for investments. Canada's colleges and institutes and those they have trained added $191.2 billion to Canada's economy last year, approximately 12.7% of the GDP of the country. Over the years, domestic and international students have studied at Canada's colleges and institutes and entered or re-entered the workforce with newly acquired skills. So, big country, not many people, but a very productive country due to the high level of skills training. And that comes from the colleges, institutes, and universities. So we have a very robust system of training in Canada. So our college system came around through a perfect storm. There was a huge wave of immigrants to Canada seeking skills development. So there was a huge wave of immigration to Canada. There was increased industrial activity in Canada. The baby boom happened, post 1945 until 1964. That baby boom demographic needed to find jobs and get working in the 60s. How Canada addressed that was through the community college. So in the community college, what started out as really in response to those three major socioeconomic factors has really grown, and it's really become the fuel of the Canadian system. So just a picture of some of the colleges around Canada. So this is where I'm from. Camosun College, we had two campuses. One of them, and it kind of makes sense. This looks a little more high-tech. This was kind of the Polytechnic, and this was more of the humanities. Another college I lived quite close to me as well as North Island College. So there's 150 of these colleges and institutes across Canada, which is the segue into a little bit about College Institutes Canada. So I work for CICAN. We're on this project, Young Africa Works, which is one of many projects we have around the world right now. CICAN was founded in 1973. It's the voice of Canadian colleges. We represent over 150 member institutions. We have a presence in Kenya through KEFEP as well as this Young Africa Works. So key point here, 150 member institutions. So as an umbrella body that represents 150 colleges across the country, we're in a really cool position. And that is, for these overseas projects, we can call on the resources of our member institutions to partner up with Kenyan institutions. They enter into a partnership where it's a thematic partnership, institutional partnership, and build capacity in areas of such as TVET and recognition of prior learning, career guidance, labor market information. So it's a really great resource. Like I said, College Institutes Canada is the umbrella body that represents 150 colleges across Canada. We mobilize those resources to enter into partnerships with, with Kenyan institutions. Yeah. So I won't get into that's a little bit too much detail. These are as part of Young Africa Works, these are the targets, and so what we're working on is to get over 500,000 youth enrolled in the Big Four. 250 of those trainees will find jobs. 22,000 will complete training. 10,000 underemployed, employed, and not in education or training, NEET youth will access PLAR services. PLAR, by the way, this is a Canadian term. Prior Learning Assessment and Recognition. Here we call it Recognition of Prior Learning, RPL. PLAR and RPL is the same thing. So that's a key, component of our program. A tremendous lot of teacher training, 9,000 new, 7,750 current trainers. Looking for a 40% female enrollment target, 83% complete their training, 60% transition to work, 75% satisfaction rate of the trainees with the courses, 75% of the trainers are capable to deliver gender responsive CBET, and an employer satisfaction rate of 75% as well. So like I said, very ambitious targets under this Young Africa Works. So how does this work? And I'll get to the applied research in a moment, because that's one of the partnerships. It's a partner-driven approach. So College Institutes Canada mobilizes the resources of our colleges to partner up with Kenyan institutions. So it's what we call a partnership. So we have 19 of these partnerships under this Young Africa Works project right now. 10 of those are what we call institutional. So for example, Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, Weru Technical Vocational Center, and Coast Institute of Technology and VOI. That's one cluster, and they are partnered with, who are they partnered with again? Nova Scotia Community College, and I think George, who else is it? Anyways, so that cluster is partnered with a consortium of Canadian colleges, and so that's one of 10 institutional partnerships. We have partnerships with Meru, Nyeri, Kisumu National Polytechnics, Mathengi, Baringo TTI, Mawego. There's 26 institutions in all in Kenya that are partnered with 29 Canadian institutions through 10 institutional partnerships. So that's that. Then we have 2 consulting partnerships. We have a consulting partnership with CAPYE, Youth Empowerment Index, Youth Empowerment Institute. They're doing life skills training. We're also partnered with the BBC Media Action Network. They're doing a very strong marketing campaign through the medium of radio to get to change, or at least to challenge some of the perceptions around CBET, TVET, RPL, primarily aimed at caregivers, people who have influence on youth's decisions for career guidance, for career decisions. So there's a BBC. And then we have what they call thematic partnerships. We have a thematic partnership that's focused on teacher training, largely at KTTC. We're working with KNQA on the recognition of prior learning, which has really got some momentum. We're working with CDAC on a curricula gap audit thematic partnership. We're working with the Ministry of Education on a labor market information thematic partnership. We're working with COOPS on a career guidance thematic partnership. And this one in bold is the applied research thematic partnership that I'll get in more detail in a moment. But there is a thematic partnership under this umbrella that's specifically aimed at applied research. Our main Kenya agency, our main lead Kenya partner in that is the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, which is kind of unique. It's a private organization, whereas KNQA, KTTC, CDAC with curriculum, they're all government entities. So we really wanted to push the applied research towards having a much stronger industrial kind of presence, eh? And the previous speakers mentioned about that as well, the need for industry to be absolutely integrated with applied research. So we're very pleased that we've got the Kenya Association of Manufacturers as part of that. And then we have another thematic partnership, TVET 14 it's called, on gender policies, safe spaces for women. So very comprehensive program. So let me tell you a little bit about applied research in Canadian colleges, and it's somewhat of the same model that we're looking to implement in this thematic partnership. So historically, applied research resided in Canadian universities, eh? But you know, you got to kind of get to thinking, where does kind of applied kind of learning really happen? More at the college level. At least in Canada, the colleges are the places you go to get skills to get a job. And that's not to criticize universities. Universities, of course, create graduates that go on into typically white-collar jobs, but of course, it generates employment as well. But the college system in Canada is very much applied learning. Competency-based education and training has been absolutely integrated with Canadian pedagogy in the college system for many, many, many years. We're very proud of our apprenticeship system. One of the best in the world, on par with Germany and Netherlands. Anyways, historically, applied research has resided in universities, but given the amount of applied learning that happens in colleges, it's shifted. In Canada, we're also, fortunately, there's a lot of support at the government level, so that some federal and provincial grants, the NSERC, the National Science and Engineering Research Council, and also Western Economic Diversification has provided a lot of that funding as well. So applied research and development grants support research and developments led by college researchers and partner with the private sector. This opportunity allows the development and strengthening of research links, collaborations between different institutions. The partner research goals can derive and define the broad spectrum of capacities necessary from one or more institutions. So, you know, this organization here at the federal level in Canada, NSERC, has been very much instrumental in driving the applied research agenda in Canadian colleges. There's another program, the Western Diversification Program, much like NSERC, invests in initiatives with not-for-profit organizations like colleges, in the economy. So amongst the many beneficiaries of that kind of funding are the colleges and universities. So I'm going to give you a couple of pictures here of kind of what we do in Canada with respect to applied research in institutions. This is my former employer. Actually, I was with Camosun College for 17 years before I joined this organization. So Camosun, it's called Camosun Innovates. It's home to the Technology Access Center, which is an applied research and innovation that provides dedicated access to specialized technology equipment expertise. The Camosun Technology Access Center, so it kind of serves 2 points, right? So it's a place where industry can come and say, hey, you got some pretty bright engineers in your technology programs. I need them to build me a better mousetrap, you know? So it could be something, if the same model in Kenya could be, you could have, you know, an agri-processing people or agriculture-based people saying, look, we need some kind of farm implement that's going to increase harvest yield, you know? And then the engineers in that, the students in the program start to work on it, you know? It also serves, these technology access centers also serve as a hub and a location for students to try out their own ideas, test drive their own kind of inceptions and ideas around things as well. So it becomes a really like a super lab practical area. So not only is it really closely linked with industry, but it also allows the students to do their capstone projects there, their labs, their practicals. So it's pretty cool. So with respect to applied research, Camosun as the case study emerged as a regional leader. Camosun innovates, uses cutting-edge technology to allow faculty and students from different disciplines to turn their ideas into reality. So it's a real innovation center, a lot of activity, a lot of creativity. So I'm just showing you a few pictures of some of the facilities. This here's a water jet cutter for prototyping, a 3D vehicle simulation. This here as well is a 3D machine, CNC machine. I threw this picture in here as well, just to emphasize. You see the organization there, it's called Babcock, Babcock International. Babcock International is a large marine industries engineering firm. So they do design and they do, installation. It's in their best interest to partner with Camosun College to ensure that the kids, the learners at the college are developing the skills and the competency that Babcock Canada wants to see. So Babcock Canada actually, and this is really important, the private organization, Babcock, poured a whole bunch of money into this technology access center, knowing that the return on investment, the value proposition is that the money they invest in that technology access center is going to create graduates that Babcock Canada can hire that can do the job for them. It's a tough sell, but I can't emphasize enough how important industry's presence is in applied research in your institutions. Yeah. Cool, eh? So let's just move on to the next. So let's fast forward now. Okay, so there's Canada's economies, big country, no people, plenty of parking, driven, the real horsepower behind Canada's high level of productivity is a really strong post-secondary college system. Inside that college system is applied research, which has taken off really well. Now, let's take that idea, that model, that momentum, if you will, and apply this to what's going on under Young Africa Works. In this project, Young Africa Works, Kenya Youth Employability through TVET, we've got two major initiatives with respect to applied research. We have a thematic partnership, that's the one with Kenya Association of Manufacturing, specifically focused on building capacity in the institutions under our program. And then we also have a grants proposal. We got a pot of money that will be distributed out to institutions, provided they come up with a strong RFP, response to the RFP, to create innovation hubs. Okay, so let me go through these two important things. So the first one is the thematic partnership. TVET 13 supports the implementation of national applied research and innovation policies. So they've done a situation analysis and incorporated gender and current practices, notable gaps. They're developing a comprehensive toolkit and support mechanisms on establishment management of applied research hub centers. So here's the thing, right? So if your institution has an applied research center, let's call it a technology access center, an applied research innovation hub. Well, what do you do with it then? Well, there's that whole process thing. Like, what do you do from inception? When somebody from industry comes to your institution and says, look, we need a farm implement, if you will. So how do you take that idea into drawing, into design, into prototype, then into branding and marketing, then possibly large-scale production, patenting? All of that takes a whole lot of guidance and administrative. So that's a big part of this support mechanisms on establishment and management of applied research hubs. Yeah. I'm going through these kind of quick. I know we're getting really close to lunch. I don't want to hold you back anymore. So there's a whole lot of collaboration with industry and employers through the development of applied research innovation partnerships, provided solutions for industry partners, adapting products, services, technology, and processes. Industry partners, as well as other government of Kenya line ministry institutions, will be invited to use project-sponsored equipment and institutions for their own training purposes. purposes and to host trainees. So it's anticipated that these research hubs will significantly enhance industry linkages. The hubs will be expected to actively develop links with other TVET institutions. Typically, these hubs serve businesses by bringing in the technical expertise of trainer and the developing skills of trainees together to solve problems presented by industry. So the second part, okay, so there's the first part was the thematic partnership TVET 13, which is happening right now. This is what's in the pipeline as well, and it's grants. So like I said, we got a pot of money that we were going to put out this RFP, this proposal, for people to respond. So it was, I mean, this is actually the cover page of the proposal. I went through it last night, and there's just some final tweaking to do, so we're hoping to get that out shortly. So Young Africa Works Kenya TVET will be requesting grant proposals for establishing 10 applied research innovation centers at Young Africa Works partner institutions. So in our project, like I said, we have 26 institutions, of which KCMP is one of them. So is Mero National Polytechnic, so is Mwego TTI, so is Baringo College. So 26 institutions will be able to throw their hat in the ring to establish an applied research innovation center. The centers will allow for greater experiential learning opportunities for students in the TVET institutions to maximize the potential for employment, job creation, economic growth, while enhancing the ability of these institutions to establish linkages with industry and support innovation. You know, one thing about this project, and I think a lot of you will agree, is that we tend to silo activities. We tend to silo academia as apart from industry, and through industry advisory committees, through industry advisory boards, we're breaking down those barriers more and more. Applied research here is just another way of getting that further integration between academia and industry. In Canada, in my home province, you're not allowed to run a course unless you actually have an industry advisory committee that meets biannually as a minimum. So that's a good thing. Anyway, so that's the grant proposal. Coming up, a little more information on it here. I wonder if my battery's getting low on this. Could you go to the next slide? I think this might have run out of batteries. So building on our colleges, on our experience, it's anticipated that these innovation centers housed at Young Africa Works Kenya TVET partner institutions will significantly enhance industry linkages, yes, and research to further the MasterCard Foundation's objectives of improving access to education, learning, financial inclusion for the youth. Centers are expected to actively develop links. Typically, these innovation centers will serve businesses by bringing the technical expertise of trainers to solve problems by industry. Okay, next slide. The grants will fund Applied Research Center to support applied research initiatives at those partner institutions, foster linkages with industry. The activities implemented may aim to foster linkages with industry aligned with the Big Four agenda, include social innovations where applied research is used to address local development issues, focus on projects related to environmental sustainability and conservation, create opportunities for students to experience the world of work through experiential learning, provide experiential learning opportunities in Kenyan TVET institutions to maximize the potential for employment, job creation, and economic growth. So I hope you're seeing that there's a really strong push and integration between academia and industry through this whole funding proposal. We're very excited about this. So next slide. So like I said, there'll be 10 grants, so 10 lucky institutions. Well, they won't be lucky. They'll put together a really good proposal. 10 institutions will establish these programs, these innovation centers. There'll be considerations for regional and partnership balance when making the selections. So successful proposals may be funded up to a maximum of blank Kenyan shillings Haven't really zoomed on the project. It's probably around 100,000 Canadian dollars per institution, which is about, so 100,000 Canadian is about 70,000 US. So what's 70? So about 7 million shillings. Funds will be dispersed directly from CICAN to partner institutions, of course, with the project regulatory financial guidelines. Yeah. So that's what's happening. Yeah. Any other, well, we don't really have time for questions. So just a quick recap, okay? Canada, big country, no people, lots of parking, very strong resource-driven economy, services. So, you know, where are the skills provided? Well, they're provided out of the colleges. Colleges in Canada also have a very strong, robust applied research component, of which you saw the case study. It's that same model that we're using Canadian colleges that we're bringing into Young Africa Works. Two things are happening in Young Africa Works: the TVET 13 Applied Research Thematic Partnership and the grants proposal. There. I could have just said that. That was way shorter, wasn't it? You know? Anyways, thank you, everyone. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Ian Werenda, Senior Technical Advisor. I think we've been interacting with Ian here at Kenya Coast right from 2017, 2018, thereabout.
January 2017.
Yes. So for those who are in the initial project, Kenya Education for Employment, know very well that most of the TVETs were well equipped because of the KEFE project, especially those with agricultural departments, engineering departments, hospitality, and we appreciate the initiative of Canadian government to support the TVET program in Kenya. We also appreciate the input on the applied research, and of course, when that call is put up, we will be able to apply in order to qualify for the support again. Now, there are a few announcements. We are breaking out for lunch, and lunch will be served just right here. We have hotel and hospitality, food and beverage department of the Polytechnic. So we'll have the lower floor where we'll have all the guests, the chief principal, the chief guest, and the guests will be having their lunch there. Then we also have the participants in the upper floor. Food is the same. It's not discriminating. We're just controlling the crowds. Is that okay? Yeah. So again, before we break for lunch, special announcement to the conference secretariat. When we registered up there, some did not deposit their bank slips. And if you still retain them, we can still record it at the small secretariat desk in this room. Please just leave it with us, and then we process your receipt for audit when you go back to your institution. That is the participation fee. Then again, before we break out for lunch, we would like to take a group photo. Group photo with all of us, the chief guests and the participants. And I think since the weather has actually responded well now, I don't know whether we take it from inside or outside, but we need a group photo, and this will be shared with all the delegates and the participating institutions. So please feel free. I know you are hungry. It will be 5 minutes. Then we all walk to our venues for meals. If there's anything I've left out, Secretariat, please. Thank you. So I think we can take you have the graphics for the background. So that we have the seats down here for the VIPs, and then we stand behind them. Let's see the graphics. So in the meantime, please, Secretariat team, some members to come forward to assist us carry these chairs down. Yeah, that's okay. I think that will provide a better background. Kindly, please, members of the Secretariat. Silas. Yeah, Mulwa, kindly please come. Austin, assist us with arranging the chairs down for photograph group session. council members, I think they have taken together. The next group, we have the Tanzania delegation and the principals here. The Tanzania delegation and the principals. You're most welcome. And the principals. Tanzania delegation and the principals. All the principals inside the house, in the room. And representatives, those representing the principals, please. Those representing the principals, please. Those representing the principals, please. You know, that background, is it coming out clear? Any other representative? Principals? Okay. Photographers, your work. Participants. Dr. Ott. The next group, please, please add me one chair there. Add me one chair there. Dr. Otter need to be there. Next group, all the participants, paper presenters, all the paper presenters, all the paper presenters. Yes? Yeah, they will. All the participants, please. Yes. Oh, okay. All the participants, please. Mwende umuguide, mwambie Professor Songe hivi. Just go and guide them. Participants, please, maybe the tall ones can take another row behind. You will not fit in a frame. So, yes, like that. We can break it at Marangu's place. Then behind, please. No, judges, they'll come later. I don't know whether they're able to fit in a frame. Is that okay? Hapo iko sawa? The judges and the guests. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, the guests who are not, the guests and the judges. Guests and the judges. Guests and the judges. Guests and the judges. Yeah, after this. Guests and the judges. And any other keynote speaker, heads of department, Kenya Coast, do not go away. You're the next. Guests and the, yes, and the judges, please. Okay. Take the picture. It's okay? They can leave. Okay, thank you. Now I'm calling the KCNP heads of department, all the heads of department in this room, all the heads of the departments, all the KCNP heads of the departments, including the management team, registrar, and the deputies, all the heads of the departments, the registrar, the deputies, heads of sections present in the room, heads of sections, human resource, PC coordinator. Please, this is memorial. Do not miss out on this photo. Oh, I'm sorry. The last one, conference secretariat and technical committee. Conference secretariat and technical committee. Conference secretariat and conference technical committee who are here. I can see you, Felix, who is still sitting. Conference secretariat and technical committee who are here. Very fast. Thank you very much. We can now break out for lunch. Yeah, this way. Turn to your left. Yeah, everything is safe. You can leave your items on the table. All the guests. Mr. Rokeria, I didn't see you taking photos. Oh, oh, thank you. We're done.
Everybody. I am Handiso Salam Isak. I'm from Ethiopia, East African. Currently, I'm living in China, in Tianjin province. I'll clearly describe about me that later. Let me go to the presentation. My presentation is in artificial intelligent manufacturing professionals for modern smart industries from technical and vocational education training sector. This is including the K technology of intelligent manufacturing systems, intelligent manufacturing systems, and priority industry sectors. I'm focusing on the four basic areas. The first one is TVET systems, or technical and vocational education sector, education and training system, what it looks like. And the second one is intelligent manufacturing overview. The third one is K technology of intelligent manufacturing systems. And finally, I will put that some recommendation here. And the first one is, as we know that the TVET sector education training systems have the different aspects and different training systems in different countries. For all the TVET sectors, intelligent manufacturing technology economy has been that mentioned as a priority area and concerned for the country economic development in some countries. Like that, when we have to come that China, there is Made in China 2025, in Germany, Industry 4.0, and United States of America, Design, Innovation, and Digital Manufacturing Systems. This is some manufacturing areas, and the majority of basic and priority industry sectors are currently suffering lackness of skilled human capital, especially the TVET sector must be produce or cultivate some well-educated human capital for industry sectors, but currently do not fulfill that gaps. Some countries would have heavily reliant on the smart manufacturing technology because that these intelligent manufacturing systems include all technologies. For all African countries would benefit from establishing well-designed and equipped artificial intelligent manufacturing training centers, which means that both workshop to practice and laboratory in the TV sector in the following ways: improve that the education and the training systems, cultivate educated and skilled human capital to meet the need of priority industry sectors. And the other one is human resource or human capitals who are well educated and skilled will strengthen the modern smart industries, manufacturing sectors, and manufacturing, including the manufacturing systems, to produce competent product for the market. And the other one is produce well-designed and world-class product for the national and international market. Currently, Africa and its peoples need well-educated human capital from the technical and vocational education sector for the basic and priority industry sectors. How can we develop well-educated human capital? Question is for. The second one is intelligent manufacturing overviews. We have to see here that in the global manufacturing systems, some countries have clearly put their strategies. Like I mentioned that before, the Germany proposed that Industry 4.0, China proposed that Made in China 2025, USA proposed Design, Innovative and Digital Manufacturing programs, UK also leading technology, networks and innovation, Netherlands proposed high-end technology strategy, but how about Africa? For these all above, the major one is, or the benchmark is Industry 4.0 is the representative of a strategic plan for all intelligent manufacturing systems. We have to see that, we see that the Germany's one, it starts in Industry 1.0, steam engines. Currently, there are Industry 4.0, that industrial revolution for intelligent manufacturing based on information physical fusion systems. That Industry 3.0 is also focusing some in the industrial robotics and related issues. And when I have to come that Made in China 2025, the points are, they put that the basic strategy at the 9 tasks, that is improving the innovation ability of national manufacturing, promoting, strengthening the industry basic capacities, strengthening the quality of the brand skill, full implementation of green manufacturing, promote the breakthrough, the development of key areas, in-depth promotion of manufacturing restructuring, develop the service-oriented manufacturing, and improve the level of international development of manufacturing industries. This is key areas of key tasks. And they put also that key basic priority industry sectors. That is new generation of information technology. The second one is high-grade or high-end numerical controlling system, or CNC, machine tools and robot. The third one is aerospace and equipments, marine and engineering equipment, and high-tech ships, advanced railway transits, energy saving and new energy vehicle, power equipments, new design materials, medicine and medical device, and agriculture machineries and equipment. This is the basic priority industry sectors in current in Made in China 2025. They are also integrate that 10 basic priority areas with 9 tasks. And they have 4 basic principles. These principles are, the first one is market-oriented and government guided. The second one is based on the present and having long-term perspectives. The third one is comprehensive and forward, making breakthrough in the key areas. Independent and development win-win cooperation is their basic principle. This is what we have to see, that the 9 priority areas or the 9 tasks. Here in this case, that they develop or they implement directly IoT system also. That is the Internet of Things are already implemented based on manufacturing systems. Cloud manufacturing systems is applicable currently in China. And digital twin system is also implemented clearly in every industry sectors. And the strategic demand, and this is the basic and priority activities. They clearly identified that up to 2025, the gap of in 10 priority industry sectors. They clearly put the goal. In 2025, they will get or they will produce well-educated human capitals in 10 priority industry sectors. This is their plan. How about Africa? This is question for you. The third one is key technology of intelligent manufacturing systems. There are totally currently identified 9 key technologies are available in the world. The first one is intelligent manufacturing systems can adopt quickly to planting technology. The second one is CNC technology systems. The third one is intelligent manufacturing equipment, machine quality and testing technology, printing intelligent manufacturing technology, including that 3D. The fifth one is robotics engineering, intelligent logistic technology, online monitoring and intelligent maintenance technology, manufacturing information management technology, and twin technology is currently implemented, and there is a training in the vocational education sector. When you have to see that, the key technology, the intelligent manufacturing systems that implement in the TV sectors, when we have to give that a training, that is visual engineering times the education. If there is no education, engineering part is not useless. So a student must be practice education with visual engineering or simulation systems. There will be that get well skilled. The other one is intelligent manufacturing system adopts to planning simulation platform, also in TVET system applicable and possible to apply on the system of the training. And the other one is intelligent manufacturing system can reflect quickly. It is rapid reconfigurable in intelligent manufacturing systems. It is possible to reconfigure different kinds of machinery tools by using intelligent manufacturing. And the other one is, this is device model of customization, how we can customize the different kinds of technologies by using workshop and laboratories in TVET sector. Also that when our students or our trainees can apply their engineering aspects, or when they are practicing engineering aspects, they will clearly produce that well-designed product, just like this, by using that 5-axis of CNC, 3-axis, different kinds of device machineries. This is also application of the TVET sector trainees. Also, this is the other one by using different kinds of softwares, and also we can use CAD modeling. This is possible to apply in TV sector, and we can produce competent and almost the same with the technology who is imported from outside to the national. We can produce that materials and we can produce that product in homeland. So simply we can substitute the material we import from outside by using TVET sector trainees. This is also another application of TVET sector students who can apply by using machines. They will produce also multi-flow, and we can use also 3D printing. We can apply also this on the TV sector. Possible. We will give that. It is possible to give that training on the multi-flow or 3D printing systems in the TV sectors. It is possible also that to produce a skilled human capital from TV sector. Also, that effect of high fidelity on this is also possible to give that training. Also, CNC machines. Currently, the CNC machine can produce different kinds of materials, the products. So, the same activities possible to implement in Kenya or in other African countries. Robot technology also better to give training in the simulation way, as well as if the country demand is good to produce or to import different kinds of robot technology, it is better to give also that kinds of trainings in the TV sector, unless we can teach them that by using simulation systems. This is the simulation systems TV implementation in TV sectors. What it looks like, visual simulation intelligence looks like just like this. The trainees must be practiced in the visual simulation systems, and they will apply that when they have to go that industry sector simply. This also project delivery TVET in project delivery systems by using CAD drawing, and it is possible to implement also in the TVET sector. This technology also, that statistics and reporting systems also possible to implement. Energy practice case also possible to implement in our TVET sector. This is also the basic one, how we can integrate that robot with CNC to produce well-designed product by using this TVET sector trainees, and to give that training properly. So this also practically, this is sample of that engineering practice. The TV sectors it is possible, they produce new technologies like that chicken embryo hatching pre-sequence automatic line. This is already licensed and have patent. This is the one example for the TV sector. A student can produce such kinds of technology in their training place, and when they are going to out, they will implement these kinds of technologies in micro and small enterprises. Also, we can use that intelligent manufacturing systems in military. We can produce different kinds of materials, military used materials, by using different kinds of machinery in homeland. We can produce different kinds of technologies simply by using TVET sector students. Also, this is what I described about that CNC. It is expected that by 2023 that the market size of CNC in the China CNC machine is expected to exceed 500 billion yuan, which means that $75 billion. This implementation is expected CNC experts from TVET sector. It is must. Almost most of the African countries have different kinds of CNC machines in the training and education and training sector, but that education and training sector do not properly implement. It is must to produce some expertise from that sector by using that machine. There is another technologies, intelligent configurable platform. This is also essential for the African countries. This is also development and application of the application 5-axis machines, that is CNC 5-axis machine in different activities. Also, when we have to produce or when we have to innovate new technologies or design or materials, we must be checked that is it meet that the standard of the international or not, just by using different kinds of machineries. Just like we can check that it meets or not the standard of the world market. But simply that the TVET student will be that use and can check that after they produce some technologies. And we can use that 3D printing also. That this 3D printing is so simple. It is better also that it is easy to implement and to teach and to produce skilled human capitals in the TV sectors by using different kinds of 3D technologies. And also that the student after graduation, they will produce their company to produce different kinds of materials, including the health equipments like this one. We can produce by using the 3D printings, but our ribs and different kinds of our bones, like that most of the times here that the backbone is have different kinds of challenge, or including that the backbone also possible to produce by using 3D printing. Also, we can produce different kinds of body part of the car and the machine, different kinds of machines. We can produce by using that 3D printing also. This is the system that is when the refilling that the 3D printing when we are innovating technologies. When we have to see that intelligent robot can be classified that in 3 parts. These 3 types of robot, the first one is industrial robot, primary intelligent robot, and advanced intelligent robot. These trainings are possible to give the training in TVET sectors. After graduation, the students will go to different kinds of industry sectors. Simply, they will implement their knowledge and skill properly on that priority industry sectors. It is also intelligent logistic systems also possible to implement in TV sectors. When we have to see about logistics, the basic and the best example is the Alibaba's logistics systems. That the Alibaba logistics system is this is the Alibaba logistics systems. It is almost out of contact the human beings. Everything is manipulated by different kinds of robots. It will be clearly delivered by using different kinds of like that mechatronics, there is sensors, there is different kinds of PLC controlling systems and different kinds of technologies are here. Simply we can give these kinds of training and we can support also that the intelligent logistics sector. The other one is online monitoring systems. Currently, the cyber systems and the cyber security also different kinds of online controlling system, including that production line is currently it is very hard. But also that it's possible to produce such kinds of students from TV sector. The other one, digital twin technologies. Also, this is possible to implement that digital twin technology in our TV sectors. When I have to let me pass, this is also some manufacturing softwares are available. These softwares, if we use or if we teach our students or if we teach that TV sector students properly about these softwares, they will clearly implement on the manufacturing, intelligent manufacturing systems. This is the software. This is my lab. Actually, I came from the TV sector, Ethiopia. This is what we are implement different applications. Finally, I borrow from Professor Paulo Lubumba. You young Africans must change Africa. You young Africa must do something for Africa. It is better to do something for Africa. This is my publications, some innovative articles and invited books. And my recommendation is this one. All concerned bodies must be give attention for TV sectors, which is government, private sector, donors, everybody must give attention, because in some African countries, the expectation of TVET is a student who cannot get well score, he must be joined the TVET sector. The truth is not that. Innovative peoples are coming from TV sectors to manipulate the industry sector, to manipulate every machineries and manufacturing system. So everybody must give attention for TV sectors. All African countries must be focused on give attention of AI and IoT, the artificial intelligence and Internet of Things based K technologies. The education and training sector must be implemented and give attention for the technology imitation, technology improvement, and innovate new technologies roadmap. The best example for me, the Ethiopian one, the Ethiopian technology roadmap is for me the best one. I didn't check that other. And give attention for the technical and vocational education sector to produce well-educated and skilled human capital for private industry sectors. All African countries must implement engineering practice innovation projects. This is 4 basic issues. It is integrated together to produce well-educated human capital. This is a teaching models. Education sector, if it is better to implement in all education and training sector, especially in TV sectors, it is essential. And the other one is the new perception. This all African country must be also Luban workshop training systems. This is the Chinese Luban workshop training systems. Currently, there are around 12 centers are available in Africa, including Kenya. It is available. So this Luban workshop training system is based on engineering practice innovation project teaching model. So it is better to integrate also on that training systems. Finally, when I have to describe about me, that I'm Salam Wisa. Currently, I'm in Tanjin, a researcher, I'm engineer, I'm different kinds of perceptions. Also that I'm World Skill Competition Championships at 2021 here in Beijing. In 2022, I ranked the second one for the Siemens technology. Thank you very much. This is all. What can we do for Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diso, for the presentation on artificial intelligence. Indeed, robotics is key to the current technology. I don't know whether there's anybody with reaction, question, or just comment or remark from the delegates. Thank you. Now, we are dividing the paper presenters into 2 groups. The first group will remain here. The second group will present their papers in the mini conference just within the Chandaria Hall. So the following paper presenters will remain in Chandaria Hall and will present with a big screen. Beatrice Abuna, Caroline Mbeke, Catherine Kinoti, Dixon Gogo, Pauline Kariuki, Philip Kariuki, Stephen Ochieng, and Evans Onyango will present here at the main Chandaria Hall. Then the following present in the mini conference: Nyangara Asaka, Kevin Otieno, Kathleen Musungu, James Washira, John Chomba, Felix Omondi, and Felicitas Mumo will present in the mini conference. You'll be guided at the exit there. Then just a reminder again, if you have the bank slips and you didn't submit it at the registration desk, please hand it over at the small secretariat desk inside the Chandaria Hall. Thank you. So the paper presenters, please, in that order, you can bring your PowerPoint presentations, and I think the judges are also around, and the moderators, so that the session can move on. Thank you. You can provide some brief entertainment for changing over the session.
Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana. Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana. Dawo yami ayikholana, buso wami awukholana. Ilondoloze zuhambe nami. Dawo buso wami awukholana. Ilondoloze dawo yami ayikholana, buso wami awukholana. Ilondoloze zuhambe nami. Dawo yami ayikholana, buso wami awukholana. Ilondoloze zuhambe nami. Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana. Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana.
The interview schedules were conducted, were subjected to content analysis to extract information from the responses, and the interview schedules were given to the sample population of the Nyandarua National Polytechnic. The data analysis, according to the analysis on clouds, one of the variables was, in terms of cost effectiveness, was looking at maintaining the institution's record has a cost implication. And according to the analyzed data, 40% of the content interview that was done, content analysis, 40 strongly agreed that maintaining institutional records has a cost implication. 33% agreed, 1 was neutral, 12% disagreed, and 14% strongly disagreed. And then the next variable was manual records are more costly to maintain. 48% strongly agreed, 50% agreed, none was neutral, and none was disagreed, and 2 strongly disagreed. Electronic record system, the third variable, electronic record system is initially costly, but cheap in the long run. So installing a cloud system for records management for institutional repository, 47 strongly agreed that it is, in the initial, it has a cost implication which is a bit high, but in the long run it will be cheaper. 35 agreed, 2 were neutral, 6 disagreed, and 10 strongly disagreed. The loss of records can have a major impact on the institution in terms of cost of recovery. That was also another variable in the objective, and 25 strongly agreed, 65 agreed, 1 was neutral, 4% disagreed, and 5 strongly disagreed. For record maintenance in cloud is comparatively cheaper. 33 also agreed, 38% strongly, 3% strongly agreed, 38 agreed, 2 were neutral, 14% disagreed, and 13% strongly disagreed. So looking at those variables in terms of the supporting the objective is that the study seeks to establish that as much as the cost implication is a major concern, especially in our African setup, but in the long run, we will have major benefits of having to install an institutional repository which will be able to maintain the database, the student's database, or even the institutional management records and also data. The recommendation: the Nyandarua National Polytechnic maintained manual records. The institution's emphasis on making records easily accessible was realized. These findings implied that the institution encouraged employees to maintain electronic records since they were not easy to access by unauthorized persons and cannot be lost. Therefore, the study recommends that the institution should have an institutional repository and maintain its record on a cloud technology to enhance accessibility and security and save costs in the long run. Sorry, I think I missed something. There was a conclusion. So the study concludes, even if it's not there, I would just state it, that the study concludes that a cloud platform for institutional repository was required so as to enhance accessibility, improve on security of records, and also save costs in long run in terms of avoiding too much of loss of records, and the records also can be accessed even geographically when you're not inside the institution. Thank you very much. That was my presentation.
Thank you, Madam Pauline, for your presentation. We can allow a few minutes for reaction from the audience? Yes, please.
So, thank you. My name is James Washira from Wildlife Research Training Institute. Thank you, Madam, for your presentation. And mine is concerning the data and in terms of who you interviewed for your research. I've noted that you're looking at the cost of implementing a cloud system. And one of your variables was to do with the cost. And in the analysis, it shows that you interviewed 40 people. And my question was whether the 40 was management or who was the target in terms of your data or the people that you interviewed for your study. Was it the management or the students? And then for your recommendation, is it based on what is or is it based on the future? Is the system already there, or is it something that you're planning for in future? Because the recommendation seemed as if kind of the system is already there. So was the study for something that is existing or something that you're proposing?
Thank you, James. Thank you for the questions. For the interview, the population consisted of the users, that is the management. So the population was derived from the management, and actually the people that strongly deal with students' records, we have the registrar's office, where we have most of our students that are maintained in terms of admissions. Admissions and students' records are maintained there, so the clerical work of records is too much done at that point, and registrar is one of the person who sits at the management. And then we had the heads of department who also are custodian of students' information in terms of the students in their departments, the courses they are doing, the year of admissions also, and performances and day-to-day transactions of the academic work is maintained at the heads of department's office. And then we also had other stakeholders who are important in terms of records, especially the systems admin. We also have the quality assurance, who ensures that matters of quality are put in place. Then on the recommendation, research cannot be done from nowhere, and therefore, there must be existing gap. Something has already been done. We are not inventing too much of this. And therefore, we have a platform where we have the manual records being maintained. And proposing is the cloud platform for the same. Because if we did not have the manual, then don't think we'd be proposing for this. So the manual exists, and therefore, now I'm looking forward to us implementing that cloud institutional repository. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I just need some clarification on some aspects which were not coming out from your presentation. Your main aim was to actually factor in the issue of cost, but it is not clear from your presentation, cost in what aspect, because cost in your study or in the kind of study that you are doing can come from different aspects. Did you consider, like, in case you have power failure, what would be the cost if all your information is in your cloud system? Because I think you want to replace the manual system from whatever you presented for us. You want to say, because the manual system is costly, let's go to the cloud system, so that, or you want to maintain both. It's not clear from your presentation. And if that is the case, have you considered issues with, in case you have natural calamity like floods, everything is now washed away, your data is lost, how do you recover your information if you don't have a manual system? If that is the case for the cost. Then another issue is, it was not clear because you are saying you collected data from primary and secondary. It was not clear, the secondary data, how you collected it. And the sample size for that, it wasn't coming clearly. I think I seek those clarifications from your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to submit to you that when we are doing research, research is a continuous process. And therefore, if I was to do on natural calamities and the fire, I don't know where we shall go next year for a conference, because there exist gaps for research. And therefore, my interest was on costs, and the variables were well articulated. So someone else is given a point of reference from my work to advance the research in terms of many other areas, in terms of security, in terms of the cost also. And therefore, when we are doing research, we always advocate for a continuous process. So I feel according to cost, that was well catered for, but it leaves a room for someone else even to conduct further research. On the secondary data, now when we are coming for presentation at this point, we are having our PowerPoints, but we had sent our paper presentations and our abstracts. My abstract is on that booklet. Kindly go through it, because it provides the methodology and also the everything else that pertains to research. And therefore, for the PowerPoint, will be as brief as I've indicated in points. But you'll get it in paper presentation, which we had sent for the sample size. I used the census for the small population of Nyandarua, my sample population, and it is well documented in our conference proceedings booklet. Thank you.
Another question from Mr. Nato. Thank you very much for the very well elaborated presentation. My name is Dr. Neoma Nato. I'm one of the judges. I've listened to your presentation, and as well I've looked at the abstract that is in the book of abstracts, and I realized that there is quite a number of information that you left out, because here I can see the issues about analysis like regression, you've done chi-square. I've not seen it in your presentation, because you are supposed to create relationships in terms of your presentations. Secondly, from the data that you presented, in terms of the cost, I might have a different opinion, because what I see is data based on perception only. In terms of costing, I'll think that probably what you need to do is to look at the real cost. Cost in terms of labor, cost in terms of internet connectivity, cost in terms of services. I mean, there are so many costs in terms of the manual system, in terms of filing, which will be different from the cloud system. That is what I'll expect you to compare. But what you have presented is basically data based on perceptions. I don't know whether you have a response to that, or that is the right judgment from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. So as I noted earlier, my abstract is available for your, more time with it. But I want to submit that the information I've given is because sometimes we are told how many points, whatever slides we should have, and therefore it limits us to bring the whole document here. Otherwise, if I was reading the whole document, my paper or abstract would get this information. But because of time, sometimes we are limited to that, and we put that which we feel is important to the presentation, for the presentation. For the costs, I would want to feel that some of what you have recommended can be applicable. They're applicable to the variables, but I was concentrating on those 4 major variables, and therefore maybe in future, also for advancing of the research, I would take the other cost factors I would consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. There are 2 more reactions from the plenary. I think we'll allow, Madam, please take them.
No, thank you very much for that presentation. Now, mine is basically a follow-up on what my colleagues have talked about. Now, for a paper to be published, I feel that the one specific objective is just too small for you to publish a paper. So it would actually have been better that you consider those issues that have actually been stated by my colleagues, so that you actually have a paper which has got some information that can actually be used as for decision making or some sort of policy formulation. But based on the research that you have provided there, I just feel that that paper cannot provide that information that we can ideally use and say that we can use this paper for either making a sound decision or some decision making. So I think those are things that you need to work on.
Thank you very much, Pauline, for your presentation. My name is Eunice Kerich. I teach at Baringo Technical College. I'd just like to, again, maybe echo what Daktari has asked, because listening to your presentation, it's not clear exactly how the variable of cost was measured in order to determine whether it was effective or not effective. Then now looking at the abstract, I note a discrepancy in the data, because in the presented data, I think it was around 40 or so respondents. But in the abstract, I see 125 respondents. Then again, in the presentation of the information, I think it would have been useful if you presented the data, the regression analysis and ANOVA, because that is where we'd actually see whether there's a relationship between the cost and its efficacy. Thank you.
Thank you all. As I noted earlier, I think we have a room to improve, as we are all here also for learning purposes. And therefore, thank you all because of your recommendations, which I will look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam, for your presentation, and thank you, plenary, for the reactions you've given so far. I think there's always room for improvement as we continue to share our knowledge. Now, our next presenter is from Wildlife Research and Training Institute, Naivasha. This is a paper that has been authored by 4 people: Mr. James Washira, Head of Department, Environmental Management at WRTI, Dr. Mushai Mshane, Department of Clinical Studies, College of Agriculture and Veterinary Sciences, University of Nairobi, Mr. Asha Odhiambo, Patron Bird Watching Club, Department of Wildlife Management, WRTI, and the corresponding author is Mr. Mark Bett. Mark Bett has a master's degree in wildlife management and is a specialist in ornithology, and is going to present the paper titled Avian Diversity and Distribution in Different Vegetation Types in Wildlife Research and Training Institute, Naivasha. Welcome, Mark Bett.
Thank you. My name is Bett Mark from Wildlife Research and Training Institute. I'm privileged to be accompanied by one co-author of the paper, who is also the Deputy Principal, Wildlife Research and Training Institute, formerly Kenya Wildlife Service Training Institute. Mr. Washira, maybe you can just wave. So as they set up, our institution is a bit young. We started off last year as part of fulfillment of the Wildlife Act 2013 to establish a Wildlife Research and Training Institute. So we are still novel and we are still learning. Thank you very much. So our study was avian diversity, abundance and conservation status in different vegetation types at Wildlife Research and Training Institute, Naivasha. So those are the authors. So our focus is biodiversity conservation. And its importance is that biodiversity has some relevance to human life, and of significance is because of ecosystem integrity. So when we conserve biodiversity, we maintain the ecosystem in its form, and subsequently it gives us benefits as humans. So conservation ecology helps in predicting the effects of habitat change on biodiversity. So we focused on birds as a representative of those biodiversity. So the reason why we used birds is because birds can occupy diverse ecological niches. They form a good taxonomic group for biomonitoring of the ecosystem. When relating birds and vegetation, it is important to note that vegetation is important because it provides cover, food, and breeding sites for the birds. So if we relate the two, we are able to find out its diversity. So we have two types of vegetation structure. A vegetation can be heterogeneous in that it may have a subset of a representative of various habitats, or homogeneous, simply one habitat. When it comes to homogeneous, you may have less bird diversity. Heterogeneous vegetation structure offers you a variety of birds. So globally, birds approximately 10,000 in number. That's according to BirdLife International 2022. Regionally, Africa, we have 2,355 bird species. Moving to our country, Kenya is ranked number 13 globally and second in Africa after the DRC, with over 1,100 bird species reported and documented. We have about 60 Afrotropical migrants and 170 Palearctic migrants. These migrants are simply birds which move along. When we talk of Afrotropical migrants, these are birds moving within the African continent. Palearctic migrants, these are birds moving from the Eurasian continent to Africa via the Mediterranean Sea. So, species diversity is simply a subset of richness and abundance. And when we talk of richness, we are talking of the number of species present and the evenness of dispersion. Abundance is simply the frequency of a species in comparison to other species in a given area or population. So our main objective was to assess diversity, abundance, and conservation status of bird species. Specifically, we sought out to determine the bird diversity in 3 vegetation types, namely acacia woodland, shrubland, and the lake vegetation. We also evaluated bird abundance in these 3 vegetation types, and we also documented bird species which are of interest, those birds which are saying they are endangered, birds which are endemic. Those are the conservation status of birds. So we tested a null hypothesis on avifaunal diversity and abundance is similar in all vegetation types, so we sought to test against that. The reason why we carried out this study is because Wildlife Research and Training Institute is a gazetted sanctuary with diverse habitats supporting various wildlife species, of which birds is one of them. So using birds, we are able to get an overall status of the habitat health of the sanctuary. The significance of the study is that conservation measures to improve avian diversity will be picked up from this study. We are able to recommend what we can do to improve the bird diversity. Also, this study seeks to create a baseline study on which we shall improve on it in the near future and carry out more further intensive research on birds. So our study area comprised the 3 vegetation types. We have the acacia woodlands, which surrounds the lake. The lake in this case is Lake Naivasha. So we have the institute houses part of the lake. So the acacia woodlands grows almost at the periphery of the lake. We have the shrubland, which is found on the main sanctuary, where the institute is housed, comprising of short trees and shrubs, such as taconandas or leleshwa. We have the lake itself, made up of floating macrophytes, such as Salvinia molesta, the water hyacinth. So these 3 habitats here, essentially, is hypothesized to have different bird species which coexist in them, in that they are specialized for the 3 habitats. So that's a map of the study area. So you can see the Kenyan map, the county map, Nakuru. Then we have the sanctuary is made up of 3 sites. We have the annex hippocamp, the main sanctuary, and the game farm. Very close and adjacent to one another, just simply separated by the roads. So that's where we carried out our study. In total, the area is about 1,550 acres. Game farm, the largest is 1,000 acres, sanctuary, 500 acres. The annex, hippocamp, is 50 acres. So we used the distance sampling to sample birds in the 3 sites. So we used 3 transects, each 500 meters long. We also used time species counts. When you are doing a time species count, you simply use 1 transect, record birds for a period of 40 minutes, and score them. So the first bird that you get, you score it as an index of 4, and those are the commonest birds. The ones that you will meet after 40 minutes as you finish your transect, they are the rarest. So you score them as 1. So we also did the opportunistic observations simply to add to our checklist. So how we analyzed our data, after obtaining the raw data, we entered it into a software. We used SPSS version 26. We analyzed it for normality using the Kolmogorov's-Smirnov test, and then applied a square root transformation because the data is count data. This is the number of birds. So you have to transform so that you can do inferential statistics. So we also did, we used a type probability of p-value 0.05. For bird diversity, we carried out the Shannon-Winner diversity index, and we also used the one-way ANOVA to test the mean differences of birds across the 3 sites. So we have a bird there. It is the gray crowned crane. It's actually listed as endangered. Okay. So our findings indicated a total of 90. The acacia woodland. Then the dominant shrubland, we have the hybrid lovebirds. Those are the lovebirds. Birds in those 3 vegetation types, as also listed in this table here. So this is a table showing the various types of vegetation versus the most dominant birds. So on the conservation status, a total of 10 afrotropical migrants and 4 Palearctic migrants, and a mix of afrotropical and Palearctic migrants, 3 of them. We also found birds which we call them the biome characteristics. These ones are birds which are found in specific habitats. So we have the afrotropical highland biome. These are birds found at high altitudes between 1,500 meters to 2,500. We have the Somali Maasai biome also in Kenya. It's a biome having birds found on the plains. Narok, Kajiado have birds in this Somali Maasai biome. So these are the birds. I've given a few of them. We also recorded 5 endemic bird species in the site. So we have the hunter cisticola on the far left. That's Afrotropical island biome. African grey flycatcher. It is a Somali Maasai biome. Hinterbrand starling, Somali Maasai biome. So the migrant birds here. So these are the endemic birds. The red-capped lark, yellow-breasted. When we say endemic, these are birds found within our region. They are localized. They are only found in Kenya. So we have those 5 types of birds there. It's attributed to high vegetation cover with good nesting sites, which favors lakeshore-dependent birds like the African fish eagle. Moderate diversity in the shrublands is because of the short shrub vegetation and grasses, which is a site for many granivorous and insectivorous birds. So it has many feeding gills. It can occupy a lot in the lake because of specialized feeders, because birds in the lake simply feed on fish or they are mollusks or molluscivores. They feed on the snails. So they are very specific. Their feeding strategy, they occupy what we call the functional response in ecology. They are highly specialized. Yes. Next. For the abundance, the high bird species, crabland, is attributed to high food resources. The migrant bird species seen in this study underscores the importance of the area as a flight path for migratory species of birds from Eurasia, and then they temporarily stop. So Naivasha area and Nakuru is a temporary stopover for birds migrating from Eurasia all the way down to South Africa. So the presence of Afrotropical island biomes seen in this survey highlights the high altitude of the area. Naivasha is actually between 1,700 to 2,100 meters above sea level. So with a mix of East African. So a few recommendations, mapping and zoning of the areas which are critical. We also need to do habitat restoration, do things such as reseeding to improve a variety of birds. So as a way forward, there is need for further research. Remember, this is just a baseline research, so that we can be able to actually start of interest. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much. Mabet, for your presentation. We allow for some reaction from the audience. If there are some things you need to point out from that presentation.
Thank you very much, Macbeth, for that presentation. Maybe I will just, you are presenting and provide a very good summary of, I'm not very sure whether I'm the one who has not seen this, but when I was going through your abstract, I've not been able to see some summary of abstract. Then at the last time you have indicated that there's a question that I wanted to ask earlier, because you have talked in any other study that have been done, because that could have been a very good comparative way, so that when you're telling us that we should improve the habitat so that we have more birds, we should actually be basing it based on maybe in maybe 20 years ago, these were the type of species of birds which are there. But as we talk right now, some of these species have possibly disappeared, so that improving the habitat so that we bring in more birds as such, so that actively. Then the other area which I didn't get in your results, there's a place where you talked of
belong to. We have about 30 orders of birds, 1074 families. So out of 1074 families, about studies have been done around the lake, especially the North Shore and the South Shore, but not bordering the institute. So it is a novel moving also from the North Shore to the institute, back and forth. So we are able to slightly compare, but not within the institute. Within the institute, we are now working on doing more research. Then the objectives on the study, or in the abstract we sent has been edited several times. So the ones that I have may be different from the original one, because we kept on improving. But we shall duly add clearly to demarcate and show the objectives on the abstract. Thank you very much, Professor.
Okay, thank you, Macbeth, for that wonderful presentation. I'm Jacob from Nyandaro National Polytechnic. Now, you have clearly said that this is a baseline research, and you have also said that some birds are endemic in Kenya and some are migrants. What made you to come with that idea? That where did you get that fact from? Or how did you verify that this bird is from elsewhere and this one is always from Kenya?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting. I live in a place where there are plenty of birds, so I was keen to hear what you have been studying. Just following what the others have said, I was just wondering, when you talked about improving the environment, what did you mean? Improving the different environments from what to what? Did you mean to say that the current status of the different environments have been affected in a certain way? Or you know, previously they were better and they've been destroyed? I wondered whether you had looked into that and wanted to tell us whether, you know, we are improving, you want to improve those environments from what status to what status? In other words, are there some environment conditions that help to increase the population of the birds, and therefore you wanted to improve the environment into those conditions so that you can have more birds? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe I can answer the two. Let me start from Madam. So, she's asking about habitat, the current status of the habitat. So, our institute, or the sanctuary, rather the sanctuary is located in an urban gradient whereby we have a lot of settlements very close to the sanctuary. And some of these presence of humans have actually, slowly by slowly, changed the structure of the vegetation inside the sanctuary. And as this pressure increases, the structure is changing. So we are proposing that if we actually zone the critical areas that we have these birds found, such as the breeding sites, we zone them and completely lock it off as a strict nature reserve without any interference from humans. That way, we shall increase the number of birds, individual birds, and also we shall increase overall the diversity or the various types of birds. That can be done by A, zoning. Number two, we improve the habitat. We do habitat restoration. That's why I'm suggesting we can do reseeding. The area is eroded, and we do not have a lot of grass cover, and grass is necessary for birds. So we can do broadcasting of the grass seeds to actually reclaim parts of the grassland patches. On top of course, doing reforestation and afforestation of the indigenous trees and shrubs, and also maintaining the current vegetation cover by reducing invasive species. We have a lot of invasive species which outdo the indigenous vegetation. I don't know what I've answered you. Okay, on the question on how do we know that a bird is endemic? How do we know that this bird is endangered, threatened? So we use literature and various research that has been done in the past. One of it is by IUCN, International Union of Conservation of Nature, which stipulates or is mandated internationally to list all animals, not only birds, list all animals and classify them into what we call the red list categories from critical endangered all the way to the least concern. So it is documented. Locally, the BirdLife International is working within the country to beef up the data that IUCN has on all the 100. So since that classification is found in the literature, it's very easy to actually place the birds where they belong. So maybe I can give you another person who has done a lot of work on this. He's called Penunan Njoroge. 1999, they have done a lot of work on birds in Kenya alongside the IUCN red list categories. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Bet, for that presentation. Actually, it was interesting, and you presented it well, I must say that. However, there are some issues that are not coming out clearly, and just as a follow-up, what Dr. has said, in the abstract, it is very important to include the objective of the study, no matter how strict in terms of the words you are limited to. It's very important to objectives, okay? Because that is what is going to attract the reader. If I'm reading something and I don't know the objective of the study, then I get bored, and it is not of interest, okay? So just attention to that when you are writing your objective. Then secondly, it's sounds funny to me, you are making heavy conclusions or recommendations from a baseline study. Why? You've indicated very well that this is just a baseline study, and you are making a very, very heavy conclusion in terms of manipulation of the habitat. Because unless you know the previous species of birds which existed there, then you can talk of, because of this, there has been changes and this has reduced the diversity. But now, why are you recommending for changes of manipulating the habitat again, and you are not sure? What if you are going to manipulate, you affect the diversity of a specific species of birds? So that should be, you should also think about that as you make your conclusion. And then I was just wondering, okay, I'm not a specialist in the field of your study, but I was wondering, how did you count these birds so that you have counted them in this vegetation type and you won't actually count them again in the other? How did you fix them? I'm just curious to know that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me begin with the last one. We use very distinct methods to study birds, which have been proven scientifically to work. For example, when we are doing distance line sampling, we normally use a transect of 500 meters or a kilometer. Then we leave a space in between. So if I'm doing this habitat and the next, I will leave a space of another about a kilometer. And also on those methods, it gives a room for what we call assumptions. These assumptions states that maybe this bird here, by the time I get to the lake from game farm, it will not have flown from the game farm to the lake. Another assumption, since these vegetation types are distinct, this is a bird found in the shrubland alone. It may not necessarily move all the way to the lake because it doesn't utilize the lake. So I have that window of opportunity to play along. But there is that assumptions that we make from the various methods. So even another method called the point count, in as much as it is robust, it still has the flaws. Because in a point count, you are simply counting birds in a cycle, a radius of 50 meters, and you are saying, I'm assuming I can hear a bird, deduce the sound, and note. So this one requires a specialized bird watcher, somebody who has been doing for a very long time so that they can know the bird by sound, because you may misjudge. So methods are prone to errors. That's why we use plus minus standard error to show we've captured the errors. And then on the conclusions, strong conclusions, maybe since we've recommended that we are going to do some more studies on the same, we will tone it a bit on the strong recommendations. But since we were using some comparative studies around the lake and around the place, we will still need to do very intensive research to make that conclusion. Thank you for the correction. And then on the abstract and objectives, we shall add it duly, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, good afternoon again. Just two additional, I think it's one question and one concern. I'd like to know whether you consider the effect of season in terms of the diversity of the birds, because I'll assume that maybe during the rainy season and during the dry season, the diversity and the numbers could be different. And secondly, you are doing this so that maybe you can increase the numbers of birds or the diversity of birds. But I also know that usually there is a conflict between some bird species and the farmers who are in the neighboring communities. How do you strike a balance between the numbers of birds that you want to achieve and also the safety of agricultural crops of the neighboring communities? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me talk of the first question, that's the effects of seasons or seasonality. You are right. The study was carried out during one season, and in one of our recommendations, we've actually recommended that we do the study over the course of one full year so that we capture both the wet and the dry season. So this is the data from period of September to around April. And in this period, it also has an effect on the results that we found, in that we didn't find a lot of migrant birds, because many migrant birds actually begin to migrate during the wet season. When it starts, the long rains, you will get a lot of migrant birds. So it had an effect on our data. We documented few migrant bird species. So we shall carry out a study further, since we are following it up, and then do a comparative analysis of seasonality. Then the second one, on the balance of the ecosystem, when we increase, when we've actually beefed up more conservation efforts, therefore more species of birds, those birds which we call the pest. So I think from what can be done about this increasing diversity of birds is that we are doing it in the belief that this is a sanctuary. So, in as much as birds are migrants, they move from the sanctuary into people's farm. Currently, we do not have a lot of cases on bird pest, because we have less of these birds which are listed as pests, such as the pied crow, some of the weavers. So we do not have that case now. So we are doing it, but when it arises, we have some ways on how we will inform the community, and ways in which the community can deal with this bird pest control. And on a positive note, the birds which are pests are very many in numbers. So in as much as the community will try to reduce their numbers, in our side, the diversity will not go low. So we shall still maintain the balance moving forward, as long as we do not get the community stoning us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bet and your team, for the very interesting presentation. I have a comment that may not be so much from research, but more from communication. Looking at your title, it kind of restricts thinking to think that the paper, there's a way in which when you say training institute, there's a way in which you begin to locate boundaries around the training institute. So for me, I would include the word sanctuary in the title, because that then kind of expands the scope as the reader reads your paper. Yeah, because reading it as it is, I began to wonder how a training institute like this one would have the different types of vegetations that you are talking about. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mark Bet, for the presentation. A round of applause, please. Looking at the clock, it's just a few minutes after 5, and I think we've begun well. So we want to have one more presentation, but I think we'll have to push it for tomorrow. That is from Madam Kathleen Musungu. I think will begin for us the day tomorrow, so that we can take a break now and at least have a rest for today. So I wish to bring this session to a close and request that the presenters who we are looking forward to listening to tomorrow kindly come and indicate with me your presence so that we can begin on time tomorrow. I also wish to welcome all of us again tomorrow. As you see, you have seen from the 3 presenters, there is quite a lot of information that we are going to learn from each other as we proceed. So tomorrow from around 10:30, I want to welcome you again to presentations from various scholars. At this point, I want to invite our Deputy Registrar, Mr. Silas. Silas, please, can you close the day for us with a word of prayer? And kindly, there is tea for us just out here. Once we finish, you can pass by for a cup of tea as we proceed to our residences and homes. Thank you very much.
Let us pray. Dear Father, in Jesus' name, we are thankful because we've seen your hand through the day. We are also thankful because a lot of times when we plan, we are not so sure of what happens, but you've made it to come to pass. And so, Heavenly Father, we commit all the participants and the presentations, the pieces of counsel that we have received, that they may be able to help us to know how to run our institutions and also for improvement and the benefit of this country. And so as we go home, be with us. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.